Not quite when this was filmed, but about an hour and a half ago, if the cameraman was there, you could have seen myself and Alex also getting off the bus. We're in the same hotel as the Portuguese and the Hungarian and Irish teams and a few other teams as well. So every morning we hop on the bus with them. Here we go. I think we got out the back door, didn't we? I think we saw the cameraman. We thought, let's keep the focus on the athletes. You don't want to see two commentators sneaking out. So this is the Ukrainian Hartskup. And the Javelin first group for the women. It's the first event to get underway this morning, which of course is the fourth morning here in Munich. There's Annika Fuchs, one of the real favourites for a medal. With the absence of the defending champion, Christine Hussong, who hasn't quite recovered from COVID, which is a great tragedy, it looks like a very open competition in the women's javelin. We just saw a glance there of Elena Zorgo of Greece. She's leading the entrance in the women's javelin. And there we see Nafi Tiam. Very familiar figure, very easily identifiable with those blonde braids. Just going through her warm-up routine. Here's Adriana Sulek, just getting a bit of physio at the moment. Sulek, I can't remember where she's in the standings after the first day. Of course, during the first day, we had the 100 meters hurdles, long jumps to come. High jump, shot, and 200 meters with the long jump, the javelin, and the 800 meters to come today. What's the 1, 2, 3, Alex?
Yes, it's Tiam from Wits from Vetter. Anouk Vetter was the first athlete to go out of the high jump at 171. Quite disappointingly for the world silver medalist, but was able to recover and go up 10 places because of a 15.68 shot put. And then she was the fastest 200-meter runner of all as well, so quite some recovery for her. We're looking at the female steeplechasers, Amy Pratt. Then here is Slovenia's Marusa Mizmas-Rimsek. So quite interesting to see how these athletes go. It's a very different landscape of competition compared to the World Championships, where you have so many strong Kenyans and Americans as well. That's Lizzie Bird, Commonwealth medalist in Birmingham recently. Burkhard of Germany. So that is the first track action in a few moments' time. Couple of heats for these women to get them started. So there is the overview of the Olympic Park, and these are the standings after 4 out of 7 events. As you can see, the lead for Tiam, 4,063 points. That's some 8 points back on where she was in Eugene after day 1. And further down the standings, the likes of Bianca Salming, one of the best high jumpers yesterday. Holly Mills, who was 4th at the Commonwealth Games. Ivona Dadic, unfortunately a DNF for her at the end of the day yesterday. It was a disqualification, in fact, in the 200 meters. Her foot touched the inside line. So
a little bit more than touch. She had a couple of strides on the inside just as she came out of the blocks. We didn't see it at first because the 200-meter runners were on the far side of the stadium. But when we then saw the television replays, yes, unfortunately for Dadic, who's been 4th at the last Europeans and then 5th in 2016, it was pretty clear, and she was subsequently disqualified, and she's pulled out. No surprise for Dadic. She'll probably save herself for one of the big end-of-season heptathlons and try and get a good mark.
Yeah, there's a need for qualification for next year's World Championships in Budapest, and among other things. I know some of the decathletes were saying that they're looking to get in a competition for that reason, because the standard is quite high.
I haven't looked at the calendar, but usually we've got a really high-quality meeting, probably the second best in the world after the Gotzius meeting that's held in Austria in May. That's in Talence in September. But this is the very first action in this historic Olympic stadium. Women's Javelin Group A. So we've got 2 groups. This has got 11 women in it. And then later on this morning, starting at 10:15, there's a Group B with 12 women, and they're trying to whittle down the field to 12 women who will contest the final. There's Hatso, who we saw just a short while ago, just warming up in the little arena alongside this stadium. Of course, this stadium on the men's side saw one of the great javelin competitions of all time when the local star Klaus Wolfermann, back at the 1972 Olympic Games, beat the incomparable Latvian thrower Jānis Lūsis. Lūsis sadly passed a couple of years ago, but Wolfermann still very much active in local athletics and is an ambassador for these European Athletics Championships. And we do expect, even though he's had a couple of minor health problems recently, was unable to attend a few promotional events, but we are hoping, keeping our fingers crossed, that he's recovered and will be in the stadium for the men's and women's finals. So, the very first woman to get underway in this competition, it's Nicole Tabakova, Czech thrower. Qualifying condition is 61 meters, and there's a familiar face to anyone who loves their javelin throwing. World record holder Jan Zalesny, who's now a mentor and coach to many of the current generation of Czech throwers. Well, we've seen quite a lot of familiar and famous faces sitting in the stands, coaching their athletes over the course of these last 3 days that have got these championships underway. Not too many, though, with the greatest respect to all the people that we have seen and pointed out, can quite top Jan Zalesny. Three-time Olympic champion. He finally got a European title, it was a European medal, almost in his retirement event in 2006.
I was going to say, I think he was 40 years of age by that point. Fantastic longevity. It's also been seen on the women's side with Barbara Spatakova, of course.
So now, Tabakova, ready to go. The very first woman in action, this on the 4th day of the Munich 2022 European Athletics Championships. Well, drops down just over 50 meters. She'll have to make an improvement of about 61 have to make an improvement towards the 61-meter line of about 2 meters on her personal best if she's to consider getting in the final. 59 might well be enough to get her through, though, although this is quite a loaded field in comparison to some of the other field events where the qualifying mark has been set at around the top 7 or 8. There's about, I counted down, I made it 13 women who are actually over the 61-meter mark this season. So it's Jaisanaiti of Lithuania up next. Jaisanaiti got the bronze medal 4 years ago in Berlin. Very close to her best this year. That's a green light. Don't use the flags these days. It drops down just over 55 meters. So 56.12 for Jaisanaiti. This is Arantxa Moreno, Spanish champion back in 2019 and also in 2020. That's just short of 55 meters. 54.87. So I think improvement needed from both Giaconetti and Moreno to make sure that they get themselves into the final, even if they don't go over that 61-meter qualifying mark. It's now Alanen of Finland. Anni Linnea Alanen, another thrower who hasn't gone over 60 metres yet in her career, and that drops down just shy of 50 metres. Not the best of throws from the 19-year-old, still a teenager. She's coached, since we were talking about Jan Zalesny, I can see on my notes, by Michaela Ingeberg, who was third at the World Championships back in 1995. Becca Walton, Great Britain. Fifth in last year's under-23 championships, which Alex and I were fortunate to commentate on when they were held in Tallinn.
Yeah, produced a personal best on that occasion and looked like she might compete for a medal.
This year she's improved to 57.65. That drops down about 54 metres.
The best throw by a British woman since the retirement of Goldie Sayers, that.
Now, one of the women we do expect to compete for the medals, Lina Musa, 2013 European under-23 champion, and has gone on to great performances. Won the European title in 2016. About 56.5 metres. So all the women really at this stage just waking up just a little bit. So inevitably the decibels rise as we see Lauka of Germany, any German competitor getting roared on. As I said, the Germans unfortunately missing the defending champion Kristen Hussong. So 52.85 for Lauka, just 21 years of age. So she'll be in contention for medals, I think, when we get to the European Under-23 Championships next year in Finland. Victoria Hudson of Austria. Threw over 64 metres last year. Hasn't quite reached those distances in 2022. 61.90, but one of those dozen or so women who have thrown over the automatic qualifying distance of 61 metres. Oh, over 60 metres, just a few centimetres shy of that 61-metre mark, which you can see out there, big yellow tape. That's a good throw from Hudson, probably only about a metre down on a season's best. It's early morning for everybody. Oh, they gave it as a foul. What a pity. That was just a very slight foot fault, as you could probably see on the replay. Just waited for confirmation. Now this is Hannah Hatzo, 67-metre thrower back in 2014. Didn't make it into the final 4 years ago in Berlin. Made it into the final in 2014, which was her good year. So rather tossed it out there as a dart, but it's dropped down just shy of the 55-meter mark. Desperately pleased with that. Just over 54 meters for Hatzer. There's nobody over the automatic qualifier at the moment. Nice little wave by Hatzer. Of course, like all Ukrainian athletes, has faced quite considerable challenges due to the war in her country. Now, this is Elena Zenko, who leads the European list, at least as far as the entries are concerned. Zenko, well, not a good throw by Zenko, really. Now the 57-meter mark. $57.20 for Zenko. Well, she's the best thrower so far this morning. Now Annika Fuchs. Got a few additional stats there. Personal best of almost 64 meters. Nice throw, nice release anyway by Fuchs, but it slightly too high angle of delivery, and it just drops down around the 54 meter mark. Looking back at what happened in Berlin 4 years ago, on that occasion, the 12th qualifier through 59.60. So that's what they've got to aim for. So we start the second round of these qualifiers. Tabakova. That's better. That's about 56 meters, more or less. Gets a bit better behind it this time. So that'll be an improvement on her first round effort of just over 50 meters. Jaisanaite. Oh, that's a good throw from Jaisanaite. That takes her well over the automatic qualifying mark of 61 meters. She's thrown 63.80 this year. That's just a few centimeters short of her personal best from 2019. Made the final of the World Championship, so she's in good form. 61.85. So our first automatic qualifier. Levita Jaisanaite can put on her tracksuit and just relax and assess the opposition. Arantxa Moreno. Not a bad throw from Moreno, just over 55 meters. Bearing in mind, all the throwers seem to be just trying to wake up this morning. Has a best of 59.69. 56.02 for Moreno. Annie Linnea Arlonen, third in last year's European Under-20 Championships, which were also held in Tallinn. Back-to-back Under-23 and Under-20 Championships last July. Well, July 2021. That just pops down at around the 50-metre mark, so more or less the same distance as her first round effort of 50.24. Arlonen's not going to be happy with that. She's not throwing that well. .52.09. Becca Walton, 54.20 in the first round. Well, student of engineering at the famed Loughborough University. That's not going to be good enough. And she's just stepped over, just looking over onto the infield. So that'll be the red lights. Alex, help me out here. What would you call that? I mean, we used to have a red and green, red and white flag, didn't we? But now it's a green and red. Red lights? Doesn't seem quite the right phrase.
Marker.
Okay, we'll work on that one. Lena Musa now. 56.60. Of course, this new signalling system for fouls or valid throws, quite a new innovation. Musa, she's now 29 years of age, but has got a career which stretches back to getting second in the World Under-20 Championships back in 2010. She made the final 10 years ago at the age of 19. The 2012 European Championships, and she's gone on ever since then. This is her 5th European Championships. So Musa improves to just shy of 59 metres. 58.67. Lauka. So the German, almost the same mark as her first round effort. So her best remains 52.85. Here's Victoria Hudson, the Austrian. Hudson had a long throw in the first round, but just at the merest of foot faults, and so it was ruled a foul. Could she be the second woman to go over the automatic qualifiers this morning? Yes, that's taken her well over that yellow line, and she joins Jaisa Naite as a direct qualifier for the final. Made a couple of minor corrections to what happened in the first round and slung her implement well over 61 metres. That could well be a season's best for Hudson, and a good time to produce it. Well, I thought it was over that line. 60.49, but I've no doubt that will be more than enough to qualify. We've got the pole vault qualifying later on this morning as well. That'll be a familiar face to most people who know their athletics. A certain Mr. Armand Duplantis, world record holder indoors and out. Vaulted 6.21 to win the world title. His 5th world record. I have a feeling there might be a few more as well. And of course, it was the European Championships 4 years ago when, as a teenager, just 18 years of age, he announced his arrival by winning with his first 6-meter vault. Now he's gone on to do no less than 48 vaults over 6 meters.
So coming up on the track, the heats of the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. You're watching live coverage of the European Athletics Senior Championships from Munich. This is Amy Pratt of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Just saw Louisa Geiger of Albania before that, one of our country's biggest sporting stars, perhaps, not just athletics. So 16 women expected then in this first heat. There'll be the top 5 going through to the final, and then 5-time qualifiers as well. Lydia Gut, home favourite, being picked out there. 9:47 she's improved to this year. Louisa Geiger, European silver medalist in Amsterdam in 2016. Won the Mediterranean Games this year. At the World Championships, and also won 2 titles at the Balkan Champs as well. So a very busy season. Amy Pratt has had 3 major events this year, just outside the medals at the Commonwealth Games. Strebkova of Ukraine, former Balkan champion back in 2020, but a new lifetime best this year of 9:24. So getting us going this morning. First of 2 heats. So underway with Dalemans of Belgium, Strebkova of Ukraine, we saw Kalinauskaite of Lithuania, Pratt of Great Britain, Merlo of Italy, Lemitra of France, Tugba the Turk, World University Games winner, Vindic Tot, Fernandez, Söderholm, Geiger, Finn Thorner, Gert, Przyzakaru, and Alicia Konicek of Poland. 9:27 at best, and European Team Championships Super League winner in Horzo in her home country a year ago. So Amy Pratt leading them out. Pratt, who's kind of traded British records in recent years with Lizzie Bird, who improved to 9:07 at the Commonwealth Games on her way to a medal. But really interesting to see young athletes like her who've improved across the last couple of years, but haven't had a chance of a European Championships, where quite simply a medal is just more likely than at the Worlds, where she's still impressed. Same for Konicek. Guvenk, a little more experience, 9:26 at best, some 11 seconds off that this year. So Pratt and Geiger near the front, won the 5,000 as well as the steeplechase at the Balkans. They were held in Craiova in Romania. So perhaps only happy tears in Craiova.
Oh, are we going to have more of those this morning?
It's the morning session. I think you have to bring out the jokes. Maybe it's the heat that was getting to us in previous days, but slightly cooler conditions, and I'm sure the athletes will be glad for that as well. Przyzakaru of Romania also near the front. She's improved to 9:33 this year. But still, Pratt very happy to lead this one out. As we take a look back at Javelin qualification now.
Yes, it's Alina Zenko after a modest throw by her standards of just over 57 meters in the previous round. She sends her javelin out flying over 61 meters. So she joins Lithuania's Liveta Jaisanaite as an automatic qualifier. And Victoria Hudson just a few centimetres off that 61 metres as well. So after a very lacklustre first round when all the women seem to be just carrying on warming up, Zenko 61.28 and she can put a tracksuit on. Here we just see revisiting the steeplechase, pushing and shoving there. Amy Pratt running up the back of Geiger.
Yeah, interesting to note. So coming through then with 2 kilometers to go, around 3:17 there on the clock. So obviously 3:15, 9:45 pace across the 3 kilometers. So a little off that at this point, but the two of them now still deja vu as you were out front.
Yes, well, they went through 1 kilometer in 3:12.22, and it's Guvenec, a very good Turk, out in front. Just as a reminder, I'm sure this pace is going to hot up over the last 2 or maybe 3 laps. It's just 5 to go through as automatic qualifiers, and then 5 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. Behind her, Gegu. When she got the silver medal back in 2016, she was the first Albanian athlete to win a medal at the continental or world stage. Alex was talking about her being one of Albania's most famous sports personalities. Certainly, without a doubt, I can't think of another woman who has matched the achievements on the continental and global stage as Luisa Geiger. Of course, their footballers have raised their game metaphorically and literally over the course of the last few years, but Geiger quite regularly wins the equivalent of the Sportswoman of the Year. It'd be nice to go to Albania as well. I've got a friend who's out there at the moment. He sent me back a few photos. Absolutely beautiful country. Hope we can stage a few athletics meetings there where myself and Alex Seftel can go there and perhaps commentate on a competition and have a bit of time off as well.
No time off for now. Let's concentrate on this race then. So Geiger still leading from Guvenc, and Prizikaru there in 3rd place. Pratt dropping back a little bit. Konicek on her inside, and the red and white of Poland. So if the race stops now, those would be the top 5, but that's not the way we do things. Just looking at Gert there further back. Not aware of any particular incident that's happened to her, but further than expected. A couple of the athletes look as though they're almost stuck in the mud coming out of that water jump, losing a fair amount of momentum. A tough challenge, even getting through 2 rounds of the steeplechase, taxing on the legs. And you kind of get the feeling of those around you and whether they're tiring a little more than in other races. Obviously, athletes always say they want to execute their own plan and focus on themselves. But sometimes just off that water jump, a real opportunity to attack. And Geiger appears to have done just that. So the Albanian eyes looking focused. Guvenc, she's just trying to manage that gap in 2nd place at the moment, leading what is still a reasonably big chasing group. Around 6 meters, that gap estimated to be at this point.
6:25 for the 2nd kilometre, so just fractionally slower than the opening kilometre. So we're at the moment looking at, if it was even placed, we'd be looking at around 9:37, but it is going to speed up in the final kilometres, probably a finishing time of around 9:30.
So more and more spread out, the group behind Luisa Geiger, who comes through now with just 800 to go. And some of the athletes around the 9:40, 9:30 mark at best have to kind of run the race of their lives to give themselves a chance to make it through to that final. And once you are running closer to 9:30, really the mark of a strong international steeplechaser, 9:15 and lower, that's kind of the world-class standard. Luisa Geiger has a bit of a cult status outside of Albania as well. Sometimes it's nice to see some of the underdog nations get on the podium, along with some of those with rich, long-standing traditions who've won lots of European titles. So Pratt and Konicek overtaking Guvenc. Geiger still looking very strong out of that water jump. Looks behind her, and will be fairly confident when she sees that that gap has grown by around 5 meters in the last lap. Plitzakaru just struggling to hold on a little bit. And there it is, Gert still some way back. So Geiger hits the bell around 8:19 on the clock. And she is being closed down just slightly. I wonder whether that look over her shoulder was a little bit nervous because she felt that she was tiring somewhat. And her technique still looks pretty fine. It's Pratt of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that's now starting to tire, but of course there's the opportunity for up to 10 athletes to go through. It's pretty easy qualification from just the 2 heats. In any case, you can see the top 5 on your screen and some distance back. So Guvenk in the black and red of Turkey there, who's in 2nd place for a long time, has now found another gear on this last lap to make sure that she stays very much close to Geiger, who has been reeled in. So she might want to evaluate how she runs the final, but still, look at that. There is something left in her legs. A little bit of gamesmanship. In any case, very comfortably in the top 5. Luisa Geiger takes the first heat in 9:30. Guvenk, Konachek, Pratt all going through, and Plitzakaru taking that 5th spot. Strebkova, there's Michelle Finn, the 2-time Olympian from Ireland, and Gurt. That's what the German broadcaster was looking at there. Just outside the automatic places, but still with a pretty strong chance of going through as the clock hits 10 minutes. Geiger, Guvenk, Konachek, 2nd and 3rd places. That's the fastest times they've run this year. Amy Pratt somewhat down on her recent 9:15. And Plitzakaru was run out of things after going with that early pace, but assured of a place in that final.
Yeah, it's quite contrasting with the heats from 4 years ago in Berlin. On that occasion, the best heat was a 9:33 heat. You needed 9:38 to get through to the final on that occasion. Strebkova got through back in 2018 into the final. It looks as though it might be a bit of a tall order because she got very detached coming home in 6th, but we'll wait and see. One more heat to come. Bit of pushing and shoving. Plitzakaru, it looked like when Pratt stumbled, Plitzakaru came up her back, just gave her a gentle nudge forward. Don't think there's anything for the judges to worry about though. Oh, that was what happened to Merlot though. We didn't see that first time around. Merlot falling in the water jump, so that didn't help her possibilities of getting through to the final. No trouble for Luisa Geiger. Very, very experienced. And Alex was saying about her perhaps just letting the other runners catch up with her, just conserving a bit of energy before pulling away straight into the line, sprinting home. 9:30.93, the winning time for Luisa Geiger. So we'll see whether the likes of Strebkova, Finn and Girth are quick enough to get through. As I said 4 years ago, it was 9:38 required to get into the final. So this is Lena Musa. She needs to improve a little bit. Throwing poorly in the first couple of rounds. 56.60, 56.67, and that's not much of an improvement. Not happy. So we could be losing one of the women who I thought might be amongst the medal contenders. Not happy at all. It just didn't happen for her. I think she knows it's going to be quite a tall order to get into the final. 57.69. Well, I'd say tall order. Not many of the others are throwing particularly well at the moment. Now Fuchs. Fuchs probably does need to get around the 57, 58 metre marks to give herself a chance of getting into the final. I would be surprised if 54 meters will do it. That looks ostensibly a better throw. Yes, it is. Just over 60 meters. That, I'm pretty sure, will be good enough. It's not an automatic qualifier, but nevertheless, it will do the job. And I think that's yells of not just delight, but sheer relief. 59.90. Probably is going to be good enough to see her through. So, congratulations from Lauke, her German compatriot. That's better for the German. He's got very good credentials in the junior ranks. I think that's the brightest smile I've seen this morning. 59.90 for Annika Fuchs. She moves up to fourth, with just 2 women over the automatic qualifiers at the moment.
So, second day of the heptathlon now getting underway with the long jump. Nafi Thiam leading the competition overall. 6.63 so far this year. So over 6 meters, certainly, but a little way back on where you might normally expect her to be. Mentioned at the top of the program, she's, after day 1, 8 points off where she was in Eugene, the World Championships earlier this summer. 6 meters and 8 worth 874 points. That's the best recorded so far. Xenia Christian hoping to put a really strong competition together. Terrific win in Götzis at the Hyper Meeting specialist competition last year. 6.651 overall across the 7 events. Christian, similar to that jump of Thiam, last year's European indoor pentathlon bronze medalist, finished 4th and 7th across the last 2 editions of these European Athletics Senior Championships. And another one of those Hungarians for whom we'll really look to next year's Worlds to try and build towards. 6.15 for Christian. So this is the group with the better long jumpers, as you might have guessed, although they're not fully showing that so far, to be honest with you.
So now the second heat of the women's first round in the steeplechase. 15 women on the start line there. Quite a packed race. We saw one faller in the previous race. This is Lizzie Bird, newly minted British record holder, ran 9:07 in Monaco. Absolutely smashed both her personal best and the British record. British record had previously been in the hands of Amy Pratt, who got through in the last round. This is finalist from 4 years ago, Sanchez Escribano. Elena Burkhardt, also very, very familiar face at European cross-country championships. I'm sure we're going to pick out the very good Slovenian Mismas Zremsek. And that's Lizzie Bird, European leader with that recent British record of 9:07.87. Well, I have a feeling the final may be a bit more tactical rather than the type of paced affair that we get in the Diamond Leagues. Nevertheless, worth noting that the championship record is 9:17 and is dated from 2010. So we'll keep an eye on the splits as well, because bear in mind it's 5 automatic qualifiers from each of the 2 races and 5 non-automatic qualifiers. And in 6th place it was Strabakova of Ukraine, 9:47. It's quite a gap between the 5 automatic qualifiers and the Ukrainian in 6th place, so it could well be, if the tempo is quite high in this race, we could see many of those non-automatic qualifiers going through. Perhaps as many as 5 coming from this race if the tempo stays high. So at this stage it's Meyer leading the way. Meyer, Mismas, Rumsek, Scherer. That's the women at the front. Fairly reasonable pace at this stage. 7.5 laps of the track. Still Mayo just taking the women round. Mismaz also making sure she's got a clear sight of those hurdles. Very, very important. You don't want people blocking your approach or tripping you up. So they're just coming up very shortly to the 1 kilometre mark.
Back to the long jump in the heptathlon. So still this group with those with the longer personal best. This is Norwitz, 2nd place overnight. And that again is competitive with our leaders so far. So Norwitz winning the indoor title in the pentathlon. 6:31, so very healthy as far as her medal prospects are concerned, but I'm sure we'll see some jumps closer to 6:50. Sophie Wiesenberg, devastation for her, no mark in the long jump at the World Championships, but the consolation prize, a home championships in Munich at the Europeans, and here she is now. So can she make amends? So looks to be a competitive jump at least for an athlete who's been solid so far, the 24-year-old, World Under-20 and European Under-23 champion in 2016, 2019 respectively. Close to 6,300 points in Gutz's a few years ago, her lifetime best. So Wiesenberg 6:11 then. 3rd best what we've seen so far. Didn't see that jump of O'Dowd, 6:27. So decent competition so far, but surely we'll see some jumps further and closer to 6:50.
Well, the women went through the 1st kilometre in 3:10.89, so fractionally faster by about 1.5 seconds from the first heat. And it's still Lea Meyer, the reigning German champion, leading the way. She didn't get out of her heats at the World Championships, and that's probably dictated her thinking in this event, just making sure that she gets through to the final. Scherer and Bird following her at this stage. Well, Bird just reflecting on the fact that that magnificent European leading time of 9:07.82 to take almost 8 seconds off the British record. Now it's back to the heptathlon with Kalin of Switzerland.
Yeah, Annick Kalin, 6:62, new lifetime best. She was leading just by a fraction after the hurdles, the first event yesterday. Kalin with a huge jump. That is closer to 7 meters. Clearly, the 22-year-old, an athlete in form. National record for 6th overall in Eugene. And she might be even higher at these European Championships. Very close on that board. Pretty much perfection. Eyes down at the sandpit. And she'll be very happy with that. 6:73, way beyond everyone else at this point in time. We haven't actually seen that longest jump of Nafi Tiam. So perhaps we'll get sight of that.
So we're back with the women's steeplechasers, and there's just a little bit of a breakaway group of 6 women. And then we have Burkhardt in 7th place, but the leading group of 6, Maya of Germany, Bird of Great Britain, Sanchez Escribano, Spain, Ada Cohen of Israel, and Mizmaz Rimsek of Slovenia. Just putting a bit of daylight between themselves now and the women behind them. But it's still Leah Meyer pushing the pace. She's had some good results, apart from that trip to the World Championships. Of course, we are missing the 2-time defending champion from Germany, Gisa Felicitas Krause. She's one of a number of athletes in the German camp who've caught COVID, and it's had detrimental effects on their preparations. Bird looks very comfortable at this stage, just sitting in. Marusa Mizmaz Rimsek, well, really classy athlete over the years. 6th at the Olympics last year. Expecting her to challenge for a medal. She's just sitting in there, looking very comfortable, watching it all happen. Well, Burkhardt and Robles have managed to get back up with the group. It's a bit of a slower 2nd kilometre from them. Still Maya just controlling the pace from the front. Only been out of 1st place on the odd occasion. Really, she's up to this point, she's actually been in the lead for the vast majority of this race. Well, they're going to come round and hear the bell. Just to bring you an update, they went through 2 kilometres in 6:26.91, so a much slower 2nd kilometre as Lizzie Bird comes up to take the lead as they come round to hear the bell. Bird just moving in front, nicely over that hurdle. So 1 lap of the track for these women as Bird starts to pull away now from Leah Meyer. Schürer, the Swiss runner, Chiara Schürer, 4th at the 2018 Under-23 European Cross Country Championship, so she'd be very motivated to finally get a medal on the European stage. Didn't get out of her heat back in 2018, but looking very good to progress this time around. So they're coming around with about 200 meters to go, just coming around to take the water jump for the very last time. Bird and Meyer negotiate it safely, the 2 leaders. Behind them, the diminutive figure of Cohen from Israel, the Israeli record holder, Adva Cohen. So that last lap, with just that increase of pace from Bird and Meyer, has strung out the field, and it's going to be Leah Meyer, Lizzie Bird, behind them. Adva Cohen gets through without a doubt. Just wait for confirmation. Irene Sanchez Escribano also gets through. Bird just easing off down the home straight. She knew qualification had been secured. So that's actually a much slower heat in the end than the preceding one. I thought the obvious thing is for these women to crank it up. In the end, a very slow second kilometre ensured that at least some of the women from the first heat will go through. Waiting for confirmation, there's Sanchez Escribano. And Scherer gets the 5th automatic qualifying spot. Tech will go through. She ran a personal best of 6:43.97. Came through strongly over the last lap. Robles will qualify as well. Well, Marusa Mismas Zrimsek, that was a poor run from her, but she'll get through as well. Strebakova, who finished 6th in the first heat, from what I can confirm, will get through. And we'll just wait to see who will be the 15th qualifier, the 5th fastest non-automatic qualifier.
Well, for the best steeplechasers in this, it's really about getting through without incident, because it should be fairly straightforward. Certainly they'd hope it to be. And sometimes that can be quite an adjustment for an athlete when you know a race should be easy.
That's Robles going down there. We didn't see that during the course. I think we'd switched away to the heptathlon at that point.
Yeah, Maya and Bird watching here, both looking strong. Lizzie Bird has a great story. A couple of years ago, she decided to do some races in Europe and come back from the US and got the qualifying time for the World Championships and hasn't really looked back since then. Giving up her job in the US after that and deciding to focus on her athletics career. As you mentioned, that recent Commonwealth medal also. The Germans, though, have been very strong on home soil. It was that Niklas Kaul gold medal in the decathlon, and I'm sure boosted the whole camp.
I know Leah Mayer, after disappointment of not making the final in Eugene, has come here with a point to prove. There's confirmation. So Mismas Zrimsek does get into the final. As we watch Lizzie Bird just rehydrate. Not as warm as previous days. Yesterday we were seeing the thermometer go over to 30 degrees. Not quite as high as that today.
So Anouk Vetter, 2 fantastic events to end yesterday. Under a bit of pressure here, though. The world silver medalist. You can see that big leap of Carlin's 6:73 new lifetime best. Leading the way. That's the #1 line superimposed in the sand. Vetter looks to have got that valid attempt, though. The favourite for the silver medal at this point, although Carlin has certainly made things interesting. Their various strengths should even out, but Vetter, fantastic javelin thrower, and that could make all the difference. So the men warming up ahead of the 800-metre heats. Gabriel Tual, Jake Whiteman, the world 1500-metre champion, choosing to concentrate on the 800 and says it was something different, something refreshing to be motivated for. There's a Swedish record holder, Andreas Kramer. So should be some exciting battles. Those first 3 athletes we saw there are all together in the same heat. Benjamin Robert of France. Right, Nafi Thiam then, 6:08. I say only 6:08 so far. You'd expect more. At the moment, Carlin has more than 200 points, more than Thiam in this event. Obviously, Thiam, much better javelin thrower. But Thiam, disappointment for her. And that certainly affects things as far as chasing the championship record of Jess Ennis-Hill from 2010 goes. She had been around 100 points in front of that. And then after the 200 meters, which not one of her stronger events, ended up just behind it by 17 points. So this is a reminder of what happened a few moments ago, and should see the results.
So confirmation of the women's steeplechase first round. Louisa Geiger winning the faster of the two heats. But ironically, it was 4 of the women who came through from the second heat, much more bunched finish. There's the women who missed out. Some of the names, including Lena Milanog of Austria. Might have been expecting to see her go through. Liliana Vindic-Toth, a good Hungarian. So a few people who we might have thought might get through to the final, but most of the main medal contenders are in there. So these are the men's 800-meter runners starting to come out. We'll see them line up very shortly.
Yeah, we'll have 4 heats, and then after they've concluded, it'll be the women's 800. We've also got 400 hurdles, semi-finals, some 200 meters coming up later. So while we're seeing these athletes come out, we've got the long jump as part of the heptathlon going on, and Adriana Sulek under a lot of pressure here. Someone who always seems to look positive and come in with enthusiasm and personality. Got to summon strength here, get the crowd going. Obviously a lighter crowd for some of the morning sessions. Many of them are stacked just behind the camera next to Sulek. So here she comes, needs to get something on the board. Will she play it safe? No, she won't, in fact. She'll go for a big jump. Well, that's really impressive from the young Pole. We know she's had a great season and has risen up the ranks since winning the European Under-23 title. Very close, pretty much perfect. What is it? It might well be a new lifetime best. 6:43 in Eugene. And now 6 meters and 55, over 1,000 points for Sulek. What a relief. So she moves back above Karlin in the overall standings. Emotional moment for Adriana Sulek of Poland. Wow, thank goodness for that. From a Polish point of view, or even for a neutral, you want to see as many athletes as possible battling over those medals. And obviously that lead of Nafi Thiam's has been cut to 99 points overall. Still feel that Thiam is going to be hard to challenge her. The long jumps sometimes can be calamitous, of course, if someone ends up with a no mark. Thiam, great javelin thrower, and then just the 800 meters to come as we watch Maria Vicente of Spain. Somewhat disappointing competition for her thus far. Teammate Claudia Conte withdrew with a back injury. Vicente, head in her hands, while in the sandpit there. She is in 17th place coming into this final effort, 6th best in the 200 meters, one of her stronger events. It's Thiam from Sulek, from Karlin, Vids and Vetter, the top 5 as things are at the moment. And barring an exceptional javelin throw, those are probably going to be the medal contenders, and likely that the latter 4 are battling over silver and bronze, with Vetter the favourite. But I mean, I was throwing out a load of information and predictions there. Someone might tear up the script. Maybe it'll be Sophie Weisenberg of Germany. So let's have a look now in this Group B with the better jumpers. You can see there 6:11 so far.
I'll tell you what, you were talking about tearing up the script, though. I'll give you a lot of credit, Alex. I think you're a pretty good script writer. I think you've probably got the measure of the way things are going to go here.
Be nice if I did, but I wouldn't complain if things were torn up and we ended up with a rather different conclusion. That decathlon was so hard to call with 520-point gap with 2 events to go. Sophie Wiesenberg, though, she's delighted. 6:35, 959 points. And that means she remains just in medal contention. She is just under 100 points off Vetter in 5th, though. And the Dutch woman should be stronger over the last 2 events. Maria Vicente, disappointed, Phil, with the way her competition is going. Someone with a great junior career.
Yes, I mean, she hasn't really ever hit her form during the course of these 5 events in the heptathlon so far. I mean, you can see there she's obviously distraught with the long jump outcome. Yesterday, she just didn't really look as though she was really having the best of competition. She had a disappointing high jump. She didn't really run quite to form in either of the 2 track races, the 100 hurdles, the 200 meters. It's just not been her year, but I think she's such a talented athlete. She'll just go back to the drawing board a little bit, look at what went wrong this year, because you don't suddenly lose all the talent that she's got. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if perhaps she might compete in a couple more domestic meetings, stick with a couple of just individual outings in the long jump and hurdles. But I think realistically, her season has almost certainly come to an end with that long jump.
Looking at Keely Hodgkinson here, the world and Olympic silver medalist. And here come the men ahead of their 800-meter heats. And they'll start us off before the women get underway with their 2 laps.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this men's 800 metres. I think there's a lot of quality, and that certainly stands up to comparison with the best of previous championships. Well, of course, you know, you come to a European Athletics Championships, a lot of events do exude quality. But this year, we haven't really seen the domination in over 2 laps of the track by the Africans. We've seen 1 or 2 other people, like the Canadian Arop, come to the fore, but we've got such great middle distance runners at the moment. We're missing the European and world leader Max Bergen. He injured himself just prior to the World Championships, but nevertheless we've got the likes of Jake Whiteman, who's dropping down distance here after battling over 1,500 metres in the Commonwealths and getting a bronze in probably the race of the championships there. And we've got Benjamin Robert, the very good Frenchman, broke through to run under 1:44 in the Paris Diamond League meeting, and you just run the rule over these 4 heats. It's going to be tough, even just making the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's effectively the shortest distance over which athletes didn't receive a bye through to the semi-final. So that's the reason why the heats are pretty strong compared to, let's say, the 400 meters. So there will be 4 heats. So we wait for the athletes to come out. Looks like we've pretty much concluded the heptathlon long jump. Just saw that Leonie Cambour of France, who was 7th overall at one point with 3 fouls. So it means we're down to what? 18 athletes in the competition. But as you can see, athletes packing their bags. Nafi Tiam, solid, but looked like she was pretty disappointed with only 6 meters and 8. Someone capable of going much closer to 7 meters. Of course, lifetime best of 686, 663 this year in Belgium. And that leaves us with just the javelin and the 800 meters to go. Gabriel Toual coming out there. You mentioned Benjamin Robert. Toual not quite as fast as him, but still quite close on the French all-time list among some of their fastest ever athlete, 7th at the Olympics, 6th at the World Championships, so someone who'd like to be higher up here. Andreas Kramer, someone who's not always that consistent. He is the Swedish record holder and the silver medalist last time in Berlin, but I remember that he came to the European Under-23 Championships the year after that silver medal in Berlin and really struggled and didn't progress through to the final. I know we always say that the 800 meters is one of the hardest to make it through to the final, but once you're there, you give yourself a chance. But he has struggled with injury and illness to try and recapture some of that form over the last couple of years. So you're watching live coverage of these European Athletics Senior Championships inside the Olympiastadion in Munich. Now, while Group B appears to be concluded, we're just going to take a look at long jump Group A. This is Sophie Doctor of the Netherlands. So Anouk Vetter, the leading Dutch woman, Emma Oosterweg, Olympic medalist, crashed out the 100 hurdles. This is Sophie Doctor. So it looks like a decent jump there, just looking to see if it does get the green indicator for a valid attempt. Just the 4 athletes over 6 meters so far in Group A. So that measurement hasn't come up on my screen, but looks to be from a few moments ago. Doctor now getting ready to head in for a few moments and then come back out for the javelin later. I think there was a measurement query over that, essentially. So just waiting to see what happens. 582, she has at least got that secured. Another disappointment was Caroline Schaefer, only 582 as well, and then 2 fouls, the German. So any hope of progressing will be tough from here. Xenia Krishan, the Hungarian, we saw that jump of 6:15 early on. Gedavini of Italy, 6:21, a new lifetime best, but she's fairly low down the standings. It has lifted her up from 18th to 12th, actually.
I think you will have an extra try.
What? I just heard the officials say that you will have an extra try.
They are all not sure.
So, not sure whether he was talking to Doctor or Krishan or both, but it could either have been a
Wrong angle, so this is of no use.
protest over something that was ruled to be a foul or an issue with the measuring,
So
but we'll wait and see.
extra try is better for you than a fault. So extra try. For you, they are looking on behalf.
He's saying to Krishan you'll get an extra try.
Protest and do not have a picture from your court.
And suggesting that Doctor has the opportunity to protest.
So but you have to do it now.
Well, a tough situation for these athletes, really, because they've got events to follow. It was similar in the decathlon that we saw early in the competition. Arthur Abele, who won the title in Berlin 4 years ago, ran the sprint hurdles on his own as a rerun after a DQ. It was effectively his farewell tour, in a way. Finished his discus, worked his way round to the 110 hurdle start, got underway, and it's always a really bizarre sight, someone hurdling on their own. Looks like a practice training drill.
What do I know?
Frank. When I tell you, Frank for Edmund.
Well, Xenia Krishan here, she's in 8th overall. Moved up 1 place as a result of this long jump so far. Sophie Doctor looks like she's getting ready to jump again. She's moved down a place as a result of her 5.82. So to recap, the best jump overall, Annick Carlin of Switzerland, who led after one event, 1,082 points for 673. Adriana Sulek improving to 655. Gedavini also hasn't jumped, so we'll work out exactly what's going on in a moment's time as we focus now on this first heat of the men's 800. So Simone Barontini of Italy on the outside. This is Andreas Kramer. That silver 4 years ago. The Swedish record holder, 144 this year. Muzinovic of Bosnia, Toile of France, Christoph Kessler of Germany, improved to 145.27. Big applause there from the crowd. And a man in an Italian vest as well. I wonder if he has Barontini on the other side of that cardboard banner. Daniel Huller of Hungary, Thibaut de Smet of Belgium, and then Jake Whiteman. Well, he said that despite winning the World 1500 title, that's generally been his main event of the last few years, he still wants to be considered an 800 runner too. A middle distance man in the fuller sense. Jeff Whiteman was the stadium announcer in Eugene. Not so here, but Jake was joking that he'll be getting on his nerves as a coach instead. Whiteman, De Smet, Huller, Kessler, Tual, Mujezinovic, Kramer and Barontini in this first heat. So, top three going through automatically, and then 4-time qualifiers across those 4 heats. So Jake Whiteman, outstanding kick in Eugene, and afterwards beating Jakob Ingebrigtsen, saying that he expected Ingebrigtsen to come through. The Norwegian made a remark afterwards that he was beaten by a worse runner, and tried to speak to the Norwegians to get an idea of what kind of context that was said in. Whiteman said that, yes, probably most of the year he appears to be the worst runner, but when it came down to it on the day, he was in front of the Norwegian. He was fantastic, of course, in the men's 5,000 metre final. Kramer leads this one out in 51.53. The Swede mentioned sometimes that he appears to be off colour, but strong here. We'll wait and see how he times this last lap and whether he has enough to hold on. Barontini, one of a big group of middle distance running Italians, looking very strong over the last couple of years. Gabriel Tual, maybe not as quick as his teammates Robert, but still a medal contender. Jake Whiteman now on the outside in a good position. Kramer there, trying to focus. Will he have enough to be in the top 3? Whiteman comes through, and Tual, and Barontini. De Smet also overtaking the Swedes. Oh, that's so close. Kramer just running out of steam after being the leader in the early stages. Time for Whiteman, 1:45.94. So, job done from his point of view. And Tual also looking pretty solid, the man who's hoping to go higher than the 6th and 7th he's achieved at the previous 2 editions of these championships.
Well, that was a super quick time there from Whiteman and Barontini. Anything under 1:46 at this stage in the championships is very quick running indeed. It was set up by Kramer with that thrilling first lap of 51.53. When that time came up, I thought that is very, very quick indeed. And I have to look back, I think that's probably amongst one of the fastest heats we've ever seen at a European Championships, when there's been 3 rounds contested. I mean, that was Kramer who made it quick. He's doing his traditional job of front running, but then just gets swallowed up as the likes of Barantini, Tual and Jack Whiteman start getting into gear and going through really getting the legs shifting there. I wouldn't be at all surprised. Well, we're due 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from these 4 first rounds races, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if several of them come through from that heat, because normally it's around a 147, 148 at this stage in the competition. Here it's a 145. So Kramer and De Smet both running 146. I bet they were wondering what had happened there, because normally that would have been more than sufficient to see them through. So a terrific start to the men's first round 800 meters.
Yeah, still might be good enough to see them through. We can see Carsten Warholm there, looking on ahead of starting his competition with the semi-finals. One of those top 12 ranked athletes who got an automatic place in them. Okay, so Xenia Christian will get another jump. Incidentally, Ghedevrini, who was lining up just before, invalid attempt in the 3rd round, so 6:21 PB will remain her best. What about Xenia Christian? So this could really help her move up the standings. Is it a valid attempt? So that one, I believe, relating to the best in Group A of 6:21 that I just mentioned. Xenia Christian, 6:15. Well, it's come up as invalid. So after all that, so we just wait to confirm, yes. You can see their new situation. We've done away with the plasticine and the waving of flags. Unless anything else is going to come up with conflicting information in the next few seconds. Looks like 6:15 is all she'll get. And actually, that's the same for Sophie Doctor as well. So let's find out. And now they're having a look.
It's not her.
Not going to give her another try, are they? These athletes want to get on with the javelin soon, don't they?
Exactly. Well, the women's javelin throwers are not going to probably worry them, but yes, I think 1 or 2 of the officials may well be involved in the women's javelin. Well, it looks as though that's just about to start. Just looking at that long shot, but also just about to start is the men's 800 meters 2nd heat. This first round.
We are about to start with the women's Javelin Throw Qualification Group B. Auch hier gilt es 61 Meter zu schlagen. Wir haben einige Athletinnen in dieser Gruppe dabei, die das in jedem Fall direkt abhaken wollen.
So just looking at Reuter. He's on the outside, but this is a very good heat indeed. Former World Championship medalist Amel Tuka in lane 6 from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Benjamin Robert, very fast finishing Frenchman in lane 4. Just a couple of the names to pick out. We also have the former European Championship medalist Mark English from Ireland. So it's Mark Reuter on the outside. Run inside 146 this season, 145.94, best of 144.71. I'm going to pick out, I thought we might pick out Diariba. It's just Benjamin Robert, who had that terrific run at the Paris Diamond League, worked his way through all the traffic at the front end, came away with a personal best of 143.75. Here's Mark English. Well, English took a medal back in 2014 when we had the championships in Zurich. Been around for a long time. And Lewalski on the inside. But I'll give you the full lineup. Just picking out 1 or 2 of the runners. So from the inside, it's Lewalski of Poland, Vukovic of Slovenia, English of Ireland, Robert France, Diariba of Spain, Tuka of Bosnia, Rowden of Britain, and Reuter of Germany, the hosts, and the country that's topping the medal table at the moment after 3 days of competition. Well, they break after 150 meters, and they're just looking for good position. Tight at the front there. Mark English looking boxed at the moment, trying to find a way through. It's Rowden and Robert at the front. Out on the outside, Tuka in the yellow vest of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Diariba not showing at the moment, just content to stay quietly on the curb, expecting that a gap will open up. Much slower than the first heat, 54.32. So 2.5 seconds slower than the first heat. Robert and Rowden at the front at the moment. It's English just behind them. Slovenia and Vukovic now starting to drift off the back, as is Lewalski, the Pole. Oh, just as I say that, the Slovenian trying to get back into contention, coming up the long way round. But it's English now who's hit the front with 200 meters to go, coming into the bend. Robert up on the shoulder of English. Rowden working very hard to keep in contact. Robert just having time to look round over his left shoulder. Rowden looking very confident indeed coming in. Emil Tuka struggling down the home straight. He's battling for that third automatic qualifying spot. It could be that the former World Championship medalist and European Championship medalist is run out of this. 1:47.54. So that's 1.5 seconds slower than the first heat. Well, Tuka timed his finishing surge, for which he's so familiar and famous. Just didn't quite time it to perfection, but Mark English, good outing for the Irishman. 1:47.54, no problems for him, Robert and Rowden. All three men looking very comfortable. Diariba also. We'll have to wait and see whether that's good enough to see him through.
So brilliant performance then for Mark English, just ahead of Benjamin Robert. Terrific Frenchman, kind of following in the recent footsteps of Pierre-Ambroise Boss. English here, someone who, while doing athletics, has spent many years studying medicine and was going to focus on athletics full-time a couple of years ago, but because of the COVID pandemic, then got himself stuck into a medical internship. So huge respect for athletes doing that, multitasking, working really hard alongside competing.
And while you were just recapping there, Alex, I just checked down. Isn't going to be quick enough to see either Tuka, a two-time World Championship medalist, or Diariba, who's made the final of the last two European Championships, through to the next round.
So this is the result of the so-called fourth round of the women's long jump heptathlon, and a foul there confirmed for Xenia Christian. She looked really happy, but that emotion soon turned. Annick Carlin, so this is just the long jump overall. Best jump by quite some way. Lower down, a few disappointments. Holly Mills much closer and over 650 at best, so she'll be disappointed with that. And no mark for Cambourg of France. So here's how it looks then, and Anouk Vetter projected to move into second, as we think, with that excellent javelin throw of hers. Adriana Sulek, that clutch jump in the third round. Maybe she could get bronze. I think it would be a good battle with Annick Carlin. who's a decent 800 runner and fairly close to 50 meters in the javelin. Be interesting to see how that's settled. Okay, so still 2 more heats of the men's 800 meters to come. Once again, top 3 going through in each heat, and then 4-time qualifiers advancing to those semi-finals. Ben Patterson on the outside. Big improvement for him this year. He was part of a historic British 1-2-3 at the European Under-20s, and he said to me recently, I'm 20 years old now, I'll need to achieve something else. I thought, you're only 20, come on. But he did get that Commonwealth medal. Van der Putte of Belgium, Lobles, the Dutchman, Simons of Ireland hoping to follow English through. Patrick Dobek, then, someone who was previously known as a 400-meter hurdler, a best of 48.40 until really shining in this event. The Olympic medalist Jon Nasrina, he's been the best Finnish 800 runner for some time. On the men's side, Snyder, and then Mariano Garcia, really impressive at the World Indoor Championships. The Spanish team, another one that's pretty tough to get into, over 800. So Garcia, Schneider, Rinner, Dobek. Well, I'll stop in my tracks there because the recall sound and then the gun goes inside the stadium. So let me tick that off then. We've had a recall in the 800 meters, 5,000 and 10,000.
You're keeping track on it. I think they've actually got a louder recall gun. That sounded like one of those old style 19th century blunderbusses, didn't it? It was, I mean, usually it's a sort of fairly significant sound, but that ricocheted around.
No rules were broken, green card.
No rules were broken, green card. Thank goodness for that. I don't know what the athletes make of it, but it's a fairly unusual occurrence for them to be recalled in such events. Patrick Dobek there in the centre, Ben Patterson on the outside. Patterson, who recovered from heart surgery a couple of years ago, took a season out and has learned to manage that. Must be really tough to get used to, because sometimes as an athlete, let's say you've got a minor injury and you don't know, is this something I should push through the pain of, or do I need to stop? Plenty of athletes have that, hopefully not too regular occasion, but when it could be something potentially serious like a heart issue, really important to get the right medical advice, and obviously athletes supported by so many people that you don't see, right through from parents to coaches, medical staff, physios and others. So Garcia is going to be the man to lead them out. And Lobles coming through on the outside. So 54.86. So some 3 seconds slower, I make that then. For example, the opening heat led out by Andreas Kramer of Sweden. And these men now know they've got to get a move on. Running 3 abreast. Patterson on the outside, Lobles not able to respond. Visually moving much quicker now. The Irishman now being overtaken by Dobek. Perhaps he's going to have the speed. The man used to running 400, just looks over his shoulder. Right royal battle of the top 3 spots here. Garcia just about going to hold on. So better job than Kramer in that regard. Dobek and Patterson go through automatically. Also through to those semi-finals in 1:47.49. So just a shade quicker than heat number 2, but some way off that rapid heat number 1.
Yes, do you know what that means? At the moment, all 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers are coming from that first heat. There we can see Dobek. Patterson and Garcia confirm their position in the semi-finals, and Lobles, who you might have expected to have had a good chance of getting through to the semis, run out of it. So at the moment it's De Smet, Kramer, Huller of Hungary, and Mijunovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who have the hot seats. Well, we're not using those very, very picturesque seats for the 800 meters heats. Just use those for the semi-finals. As we look now at the final, Dobek, very impressive run in. Patterson, just wonder how tired he is after his Commonwealth Games exploits. Looks as though he's got plenty in his legs though there. A nice little smile from Dobek. Poles, like the Germans, having a good championships here in Munich.
So that leaves us with one more heat to come. Meanwhile, javelin throwers are out in Group B.
Yes, it's the great former Olympic and world champion Barbara Spatakova, world record holder still, now 40 years of age, aiming for 61 meters, not quite there. Spatakova, European winner back in 2014. No, shake of her head there for Spatakova. She's not too happy with that. 56.36. Although that might just be still good enough to get her through to the final. Sarah Kolak, the surprise winner of the 2016 Olympic title. Obviously, her exploits put in the shade a little bit by those of Sandra Perkovic, but nevertheless, one of the real icons of Croatian athletics.
Yeah, Kolak really disappointed at the World Championships with no mark there, but getting a valid throw in here.
57.31 for Kolak. So now we have heat 4 of the men's 800 meters.
Ja, dann sind wir bereit und schauen mal, wer denn hier mit am Start ist. Ganz außen auf der Bahn 8, da steht Mateusz.
Just to pick out a couple of men from this lineup. Adrian Ben, the very good Spaniard. The director likes him as well. Ben, really good under-23 career, starting to mature as a very good athlete. He's run under 145 this year.
Dann auf der 5 Gerutstar des Norwegen, auf der 4 Silja, den Belgier Christa und auf der Bahn 3 Lane 3 Vice Champion at the European Indoor Championship.
Tony Van Diepen as well. Van Diepen likes to run from the front, has improved this year to 1:44.16.
Und dann haben wir noch Tesociano aus Italien auf der Bahn 2. Das ist der abschließende.
So just to give you the full lineup from the inside, it's Catalin Tessianu, now running for Italy, formerly Romanian, Tony Van Diepen, Netherlands, Elliot Creston, Belgium, Tobias Gronstad, Norway, Yanis Mezian of France, Adrian Ben of Spain, and Matusz Borkowski of Poland. Perhaps, if there is to be one of the weaker heats, it's going to be this one. You can say that there's one heat that's a bit less loaded. Then, 6th at the last World Championships in 2019, 5th at the Olympics last summer. He's the real favourite, I think, for this heat. Now they want to keep this quick at the moment. All those 4 non-automatic qualifiers are coming from the first heat. So we're looking for something perhaps a bit quicker than 54 seconds to give them a fighting chance of getting some of the men who finished behind the 3 automatic qualifiers through. And indeed it is 53.78. So a bit quicker than heats 2 and 3. It's still Christian at the front. Elliot Christian, last year's European under-23 silver medalist, pushing the pace and giving everybody a fighting chance of getting through as a non-automatic qualifier. Borkowski, European under-23 champion in 2019, tall Pole. He's improved this year to 144.79. Ben at the moment, well, he's not really showing. So it's Van Diepen coming round the outside, the long way round. Ben trying to challenge Creston and Borkowski. Now the 2 fast finishing men. I was going to say Ben, well, it looks as though Ben just managed to squeeze in, but timed his race very badly. And the plaudits go to Elliot Creston, who took up the running early in the race. Drove it from the front, but it's going to be all 4 men going through from the first heat as the non-automatic qualifiers. And Matas Borkowski's run out of it. So it's going to be Creston, Ben and Van Diepen who go through from this heat, and that's it. Borkowski, despite working so hard off the bend, overtaken by Ben and Van Diepen on the run-in. Creston controlled things from the front.
Yeah, surprise not to see Mateusz Borkowski qualify. Normally such a great finisher, like when he won the European Under-23 title a few years ago. But I suppose, just like the women's 400 metres, we said that when you have such a strong team from one nation, they can't all make it through sometimes, particularly so hotly contested towards the latter stages we've seen all throughout these 4 heats. Interesting that Van Diepen choosing to run the 800 rather than the 400, over which he's also been really strong. But good finishing speed, as you'd expect from a 1-lap runner, just to make it through there. Of course, he won the silver medal at the European Indoors in Poland last year. The Belgians, always so synonymous with 400-meter running, and the Paulet brothers, but Creston started to make a name for himself over 2 laps.
So it's Creston winning that heat in 1:47.41. It was a bit of a quicker first lap, inside 54 seconds, but the pace dropped down the back straight between around 450 and 600 meters, and that really ended up with having the effect of the runners finishing in 4th and lower, not making it through. There's confirmation that super quick first race in the first round of the men's 800 meters. Jake Whiteman, world 1500 meters champion, the fastest qualifier. So from heats 2, 3 and 4, it was just the first 3 men home. And a few men you might have expected to get through being eliminated, not least Amel Tuka, Maciej Borkowski, Alvaro Diariba, João Lobles. They'll be left to reflect on whether they got their tactics wrong, how they got them wrong, because they'll be watching the semi-finals from the sidelines. This is Palomera, second of 2 very good Latvians throwing these championships. 54.18 to start with. Oh, that is right on the 61-meter qualification line. Just in case you were wondering and thinking, hold on a minute, hasn't that yellow line got a bit closer to the 60-meter line? We were actually told that the yellow line was actually just a bit too far forward in the first pool, so they've remeasured it and readjusted it. So there's a bit of an adjustment with the yellow line that you're seeing on the screen and that they're seeing in the stadium. So Palmera, 60.56. That should see her through to the final. A colleague in the first round, Lena Musa. She's still biting her nails. This is Barbara Spatakova, real legend of this event. Well, not so sure if that's much good. Nevertheless, I'm sure that'll appear on a few social media channels. Nevertheless, it was a good throw that will probably see her through to the final. Always hard to get yourself motivated and find your rhythm at this time in the morning. We saw that in the first pool, which started at 9 o'clock. Nevertheless, 60.75. She leads this pool. No automatic qualifiers at the moment. This is her compatriot, Nikola Agronikova, silver medalist 4 years ago in Berlin. And it's about 57 meters. She's a very strong thrower, perhaps not quite as quick on the run-up as some of her rivals. Decent effort there.
So at the moment, a 57.39 is needed to make the final. That's the 12th spot currently held by Hanna Hatsko of Ukraine.
So now this is Matija Ratesh of Slovenia. She's thrown close to 60 meters. Good throw from the Slovenian. Brings her arm through very quickly. Gets a good pull on the javelin and it goes out to what I think will be good enough for a qualifying distance, but she'll carry on throwing in the final round. Just shy of 59 meters. Now this is Adriana Villalgos. 2 fouls, so this is a clutch and crisis effort for the young Serbian. Decent effort, about 57 meters, but will it be good enough to see her through? Well, she gets the thumbs up from the coach. 57.70. That moves her up into 5th place in this group. Might well be good enough just to see her through. So very shortly we'll have the women's 800 meters on the track. The women in the first heat have already got out there, just warming up. These are the women in the second heat. Seen there, Barrow, former European under-20 champion from Switzerland. Spill of Germany, and Keely Hodgkinson, well, Olympic and world medalist, probably the favourite for this title. But we've still got one heat to go before we see Keely Hodgkinson in action. Zazalgi, the Hungarian throwing, 57.40, and she's just seen herself overtaken by Villalgos of Serbia, so needs to make some improvement.
Twelfth and final spot at the moment.
So it's a foul. Yes, footfall. Drops down rather short. She doesn't bother getting it measured.
Und jetzt die Vorläufer.
So Minard, well, potentially could nudge Sazalge out of the reckoning, but not with a throw like that. So she's going to have to settle for something well in a drift of 50 meters. .52.50, so she misses out on the final. At the moment, it's looking as though Sarah Kolek, the 2016 Olympic champion, is also eliminated.
Yeah, also looks like Spatakova and Rahtime, who competed together in 2006 in Gothenburg, on target to make it into that final, which would be particularly special. As we head out to the women's 800 meters with Kohlberg of Germany getting a great reception. Ukrainian Kroll, Adriana Szapler of Poland, an improving athlete. Pinacchio of Spain, and then Benno of Italy, age 25, but already has 6 Italian titles, indoors and out. Lifetime best of 1:58.97 in Rome in June. Second at the European Team Championships last year. Laura Hoffman, 5th at the European Indoors. Guliev, you might recognise that name. She is actually married to Ramil Guliev, the 2017 200-metre world champion. And on the inside, Anita Horvat of Slovenia, 7th at the World Championships in Eugene, 1:58.96 this year. And also this month, in fact, at the Silesia Diamond League in Poland. A few of these athletes preparing for that. In the neighbouring country. Szapler also set her lifetime best there, 1:59.86 for the Polish woman, who's there in lane 6. Need to get a good start though on the outside, as you can see the German in this first heat of 4. Once again, top 3 going through to the semi-finals with 4 qualifiers based on their times. And in 800-metre heats, it's always hard to say what those times will end up being. But this looks like decent pace. Many of these women around the 1:58 mark, so could be tough to try and make it through. Of course, Andreas Kramer leading out that first men's 800-metre heat, and that's where the time qualifiers came from in the end. Bello of Italy now taking over the lead from Kohlberg. 58.26. So that really is quick. If it was evens, it would be 1:56. Not quite able to maintain it, but you can see there Guliev just drifting off the back. She actually won the silver medal, did Guliev, under the name Poistagova, behind Kasta Semenya at the London 2012 Olympic Games. And now in the colours of Turkey. So Bello holds on the inside. Horvat, Hoffman among those trying to come through. The Swiss Hoffman in a much better position though. And Kroll is also looking menacing there. So Bello looks like she's going to be overtaken here. Laura Hoffman, Horvat out of the race though. Hopefully get another look at that. Kroll comes through from Hoffman. Bello fading badly. 2:89. So slower second lap there. 5.42. Nita Horvat is going to try and finish this race. Frustration for the Slovenian, and of course did so well at the World Championships, as I mentioned. Hoffman also makes it through. It's the fastest time that Kroll has run this year. Impressive from her. Guliev, who looked like she was just drifting back off that pace, was able to stay with those in front quite impressively, then coming through for that third automatic qualifying spot. New lifetime best for Pinacchio. He'll have to wait and see whether that 2:01.63 is good enough, as will Bello.
Well, let's have a look at that race again very shortly. We look at what happened to Horvath there, because after her World Championship final performance, we were expecting to see her perhaps challenge for the medals. She just trips over the curb. Nobody else involved, just tired legs, and just loses her footing. Just a loss of concentration, and I'm afraid her European Championships medal hopes crash to the floor here in the Olympic Stadium. It's another view of it as we look at the women coming down the home straight. This stage, in these early stages of the race, Horvath very much in contention for a place in the 3 automatic qualifiers. Disappointment for her, but Kroll gets through, leading the way home. So Natalia Kroll, 2-time European champion. So, switching back to the javelin, still a few throws. Sarah Kolek, 73. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tongue-tied. It's already been a long morning. 57.31. Oh, it's a foul for Kolek. That was recorded a little bit earlier, and she departs the competition, just steps over the line. She knows that that was nowhere near the 57 meters 40 that was going to be required. So she finishes behind Segali of Hungary. Segali is currently in the 12th automatic qualifying position. Well, that's a lot better from the German. So, Vipper. Improves to 55.07. But unfortunately, that's not going to be good enough to see her into the final either. So those are the qualifiers for the final, led by Liveta Jasanaiti, 61.85. Alina Zengo of Greece, the other automatic qualifier. And the venerable, I think I can say, Bobra Spatakova, third. Anna Hatso, Sarah Kolek, both women who might have hoped to, well, let's be honest, throw further than 58 meters, miss out. So only one German in the final. That'll be Annika Fuchs. It's the second round now of the women's 800 meters. And of course, Keely Hodgkinson, very much the woman we're going to be keeping an eye on. She's out in lane 7. So Hodgkinson, 2021 Olympic silver. Silver again just a few weeks ago at the World Championships, and then just 2 weeks ago, silver at the Commonwealth Games. Well, she had a fantastic teenage career and minted plenty of gold medals, really just looking for her first major European title or international title. Just 20 years of age though, still plenty of time on her side. On her inside, Tanja Spill, semi-finalist at the European Indoor Championships last year. This is Audrey Verro, got a World Junior World Under-20 silver medal in Cali just a couple of weeks ago. Also the European Under-20 champion last year in Tallinn. Three to go through. Full lineup from the inside is Sana of Poland, Coro Italy, Kuvisto Finland, Verro Switzerland, Rahul Rahali of France, Spill of Germany, and Hodgkinson of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. This should be straightforward for Keely Hodgkinson. But she won't want to let the pace dawdle too much. It just opens up the opportunity of accidents happening, as we saw with Horvat in the previous round, although that wasn't anybody else's fault. It's a pretty decent pace at the moment, and Hodgkinson's opted for safety first, take it out from the front, stay out of trouble. Rahu Rahali moving up, and then behind Rahu Rahali, it's the two women who on paper would be the favourites to accompany Hodgkinson to go through. Spill and Vero. Rahu Rahali slipping back into the pack now. Kuvistu coming up on the outside. So they're coming up to hear the bell. It's a lot slower than the first heat. 63.20. Well, it's best part of 5 seconds adrift of that super quick first heat. That means that it's probably only going to be the 3 automatic qualifiers who are going to go through from this heat. But Hodgkinson still out in front, leading them around, looking consummately smooth, calm and collected. Behind her, Koiro, Spill. Now 26 years of age, has never broken 2 minutes. Koiro, very good Italian champion this year. Still, Hodgkinson just slightly increasing the pace. Behind them, all the women having to work really hard. Sana closing down quickly as Koiro tires. I think it might have been Kuvistu who got through for 3rd place there. Yes, Kuvistu just coming through very strongly. So Keely Hodgkinson unofficially 2:03.72. Sana fast finishing, and so too Sara Kuvistu. So good runs from both Sana and Kuvistu to clinch automatic qualifying places behind Hodgkinson. At the moment, well, 4 non-automatic qualifiers all come from the first heat. Just look at the difference in times between Koiro, who's been run out of it, and those 4 women. You can see all the results, capture all the live action on www.european-athletics.com.
Well, Keely Hodgkinson, another one of those runners expected to pass through without incident. Sana, they're just giving an athlete a bit of a hurry up, a push up, just to try and get some space for herself, really. Impressed from Kuvistu, who at the Olympic Games last year, national record after national record, and she chose to concentrate on these Europeans, not recovering from injury in time to make the Worlds, and wants to be in her best shape for these Europeans, and just maybe that will prove to be the right decision.
Disappointing run back in the pack from Audrey Vero of Switzerland. But I think give her a pass. She's gone over to Cali, got a silver medal at World Under-20 Championships. The time zones, the jet lag and the heat. But it is Hodgkinson, Sana and Kuvistu who will go through to tomorrow night's semi-finals. So the 400 meters hurdles, the men, the semi-finals coming up a little bit later on. They're all warming up.
The experienced Jasmine Capello, and this is the Swedish youngster Carl Bengström, European Under-20 champion in Sweden, in Borås in 2019, where his parents were officiating at the long jump.
There's Wilfried Hapio, actually the European leader this year. A very good run, made the finals, got a bronze, if I remember rightly, in Eugene. And of course there's Carson Warholm, who I think is racing himself fit. I'd still have Warholm as the favourite. Made the final in Eugene, but I think has just run out of his time to get himself fit for the World Championships. But 3 weeks later, I think he's going to be the man we're all going to be looking at. Now the third heat of the women's 800 metres.
That's right, Martinez on the outside for Spain. Shanahan, big hope for Ireland. Ronelle Lamotte, always been one of her better competitions over the years, twice a silver medalist. Trying to get back to some of her best form as well. Interesting to see what actually happened with Horvat, but Sadek, the other Slovenian, goes in this one. Alex Bell, although she was the third Brit in the Olympic final, that was a real breakthrough race for her. 1:57.6 at best. She's been getting faster and faster over the last few years. But Keddy, Hungary, Skanat, Belgium, and Liakova of Ukraine. 1:58 athlete at best. She was the bronze medalist in Berlin 4 years ago. You're watching live coverage from inside the Olympiastadion in Munich as we are about to get this fourth heat of the women's 800 metres underway.
On your marks.
So Olha Liakova, Vanessa Skalnat, Bianca Barter-Keddy, Alexandra Bell, Veronika Sadek, Ronelle Lamotte, Louise Shanahan, and Marina Martinez. So Bell and Lamotte fairly closely matched in this one. Shanahan of Ireland, a great youth career, former European under-18 champion, and another of those who's been studying hard. We mentioned Mark English and his medicine degree, and also Damien Chikia, the sprint hurdler, who's done a particularly specific thesis on the inefficiency of a Polish bus timetable. And Louise Shanahan studying physics PhD at the University of Cambridge, as a result competing at the British University Championships after graduating from the University of Cork. In good position there on the inside. Ronelle Lamotte leading this one out though. So temperature rising inside the stadium and in this race as well. 60.51. So once again, men's and women's 800 metres lightning pace through the first heat on that first lap. The other athletes opportunity to try and respond, and will have to try and up the pace a little. Lamotte, the experienced French woman, both Amsterdam and Berlin, she was the runner-up. Skalnat, a little way off, maybe an incident there that we didn't see. They're battling for space once more though. So Lamotte, Barter-Keddy of Hungary in the green on the outside. Shanahan on the inside as Lamotte ups the pace now. Bell coming through. Top three, don't forget, all important. Shanahan and Barter-Keddy very, very closely matched. And Shanahan looks like she's just going to take that third spot. So, somewhat tidier finish than some of these heats that we've seen. Ronelle Lamotte marshalled that one and didn't let anyone past her. And that is how to run the full 800 metres. Others have been overtaken in the latter stages, just run out of steam, but not so for Lamotte. 2:02.22, a couple of tenths in front of Alex Bell, who had a strong finish. She said that she was struggling to really find her feet at the World Championships, but was starting to feel more like herself. Louise Shanahan very strongly to beat Liakova, the bronze medalist from Berlin 2018.
Yes, that very much went to form. The three women who've run under 2 minutes this year got through, and it was a bit quicker over the first lap, and that really set the tone for the rest of the race. 60.53, not quite as quick as the first heat, but nevertheless made sure that the women behind the first three automatic qualifiers had a fighting chance perhaps of getting through to the semi-finals. But nicely done by Ronelle Lamotte. As Alex was saying, two-time silver medalist at these championships and always a very tenacious, formidable competitor. Alex Bell just running herself into form as well. Louise Shanahan, quite a long season. Didn't look as though she had quite the spark I've seen in a couple of races earlier this year. But Liachkova run out of it, not quite quick enough to get into the 4 non-automatic qualifiers.
Well, we've seen some athletes warming up ahead of the men's 400 hurdles. This is Femke Bol, pretty much fresh from winning the 400 in a time that only Shawnee Miller-Weibo has run faster than in the world this year. Miller-Weibo is here, not competing though. She was supporting her husband Michael in the decathlon, and he was just outside the medals, just behind his Estonia teammate Jana Oglane. So really interesting to see how Bol will do. Of course, going for what would be a sensational double, and this is the event that she's known for, although she now is the European title holder, indoors and out, over the 400-meter flat. And Carsten Borholm wished her good luck in the attempt to do the double in the press conference. Bol's someone with such great inner confidence, even though she can sometimes appear a little reserved. Just seems to run faster and faster, so consistent on the Diamond League circuit as well. So that is coming up as part of this morning / early afternoon session here in Munich.
So now we're going to be looking at the 4th and final first round heat of the women's 800 meters. There's the full lineup. Gemma Ricci. Well, she's had a good year, has run 1:58.44. Got Olympic bronze last year, over 1,500 meters. Oh, I should say she was just very close to it. My fault. Christina Herring, who's been so involved in the promotion of these, not just the European Athletics Championships, but the multi-sport European Championships, which embrace 9 different European Championships across those different sports.
And in Lane 1, the national champion of the United Kingdom, die Halbfinalistin der Weltmeisterschaft.
Gemma Ricci.
Gemma Ricci.
2-time European Under-23 Championships winner. So from the inside, it's Gemma Ricci of Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Then Vilgoš, Poland. Helvita, Lithuania. Hanna, Norway. Martinen, Finland. Herring of Germany. Smonka of Slovenia and Lint of Sweden. Herring has also run inside 2 minutes this year. So too has Vilgoš, the good Pole, better known perhaps under her maiden name of Anna Sabat. So it's Ricci to the front, Lind as well up there. Lind got bronze at the European Championships back in 2016 when we were in Amsterdam. Herring, always easy to spot. Christina Herring, very tall figure. Lind up there battling, but it's still Gemma Ricci controlling matters from the front. (1:01.53), so not as quick as the first and third heats. So it's just really going to be so important for the women to get up there and get through to the 3 automatic qualifiers. It's a bit unlikely that there's going to be a back door open, but Ricci still motoring well down the back straight. Got the ideal line on the inside, controlling matters. Herring on her shoulder. She's watching all the moves in a really good position at the moment. Vilgoš tucked in third as they come round past the Steeplechase pit into the home straight, and it's still Ricci as she's been since they broke for the inside. At the front, Herring and Vilgoš. Oh, Herring's tripped up over the curb. All her rhythm has lost. She's tried to pick it up. Vilgoš coming on the outside. Vilgoš sprinting, making sure. But Herring just about hanging on to get through. So it's going to be Riki, Wielgosz and Herring, but Herring almost crashed to the floor there. She stumbled for about 3 paces and then managed to get back into the running again. It's just going to be these 3 who go through from this heat. Once again, a super quick first heat sees 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers through. So there's no space at all for Smonka or Lint. Sigh of relief for Herring. Another athlete tripping up over the curb.
Gemma Riki, focused on the task at hand, has had quite a tough season considering the reputation she's built for herself over the last few years. 156.90 athlete at best, 4th at the Olympic Games last year. Not making that Commonwealth final over 800 metres was tough. She was 5th in the 1500 metres. Also just missing out the Worlds. But maybe this is going to be her competition. So 2:02.36 coming up then as the official time. 4 tenths in front of Wielgosz of Poland.
I was impressed with that run from Gemma Riki. I thought she did a very, very good job of controlling matters from the front. Yes, there's 2 more rounds to go. I can definitely see her as a medal contender. Of course, the outstanding favourite still has to be her fellow Briton, Keely Hodgkinson. But Riki very much looks the part here in Munich. Natalia Kroll had the fastest qualifier, the Ukrainian, 2-time defending champion at these championships with 2:00.89. But Kroll hasn't had the best of years. She always seems to be able to peak for the Europeans. So a few names not making it through, like Koiro. Spill, I think people were hoping for. Header. Horvat, who had that spill, did eventually right herself and come through and get a time. Horvat, the World Championship finalist, not making it through to the semis here in Munich. As we move onwards and upwards, the men's pole vault qualifiers. So the venerable Renaud Lavillenie. Nicely done at 5:50 for the Frenchman. He's so used to getting through qualifiers. I can't recall a major competition since he burst onto the world scene at the 2009 European Team Championships when he's actually failed to make a final. Just perhaps in the twilight of his career now, but still probably a man who's going to be in contention for medals. Of course, we are looking really for Mondo Duplantis to do sensational things. So, Alasari of Finland. I mentioned it a little bit earlier when we saw Mondo Duplantis warming up. It was 4 years ago in Berlin that he really broke through to the public consciousness. Still a teenager, 18 years of age, and won with what was then a world under-20 record of 6:05. And from then, well, he's just gone on to just better and better things. Won the Olympic title last year, won the world title with a world record in Eugene just a couple of weeks ago. Alasari pulls out of that, his first attempt at 5:50. Took 3 attempts to get over 5:30. 2 more attempts at this height for the Finn. So qualifying is 580. That's a really tough qualifying height. I don't think we're going to need that. So this is Sondre Guttormsen, well, 2022 US Collegiate Champion, attends Princeton University. Alex was rattling through a few of the competitors here in Munich who've got outstanding academic achievements. He's a grade A student to go to Princeton, one of the top Ivy League colleges. He's improved to 581 this year. It's actually gone over 582 indoors, but 581 is outdoor best. 550. Went to the last European Championships as a teenager and finished equal 6th. So Guttormsen, it's been given as a foul. Just pulls out of the jump. Just didn't get his run up right. Well, two groups operating alongside each other. In the first group, 11 men. So Guttormsen just arguing the toss on that, saying he didn't break the plane of the bar. I was looking at Guttormsen over on the far side of the field here in the Olympiastadion. "12 men, so in Group B, so 23 competitors to be whittled down to just 12, maybe a couple more if there's a tie. Judges do have that discretion rather than going up to a higher height of maybe putting 13 or 14 through. This is Robert Renner, very good Slovenian. And he's ducked out as well. So Renner, 14 times the Slovenian champion. He's a bronze medalist 6 years ago. This is Bokanda Litabaide. Oh, no problems there for the German. Like Malaika Mihambo and Christina Herring, one of the German athletes who's done a lot of promotional work for these championships. He's been seen, I'm assuming photo edited, video edited, vaulting over the roofs. So Litabaide joins Alberto of Switzerland and Emmanuel Karalis of Greece, going over 550. Don't expect Mondo Duplantis to come in at this height. He'll probably wait until about 570, I would imagine. This is Ben Bruders. Bruders, World Championship finalist, both in Eugene and 2019 in Doha. Equal fourth in the 2016 European Championships, but crashed out 4 years ago in Berlin in the qualifying round. So Bruders, foul to his name for the former European under-23 champion. Is Oleg Zernikal. Fifth at the World Championships a few weeks ago. Nicely done for the 27-year-old German. Zernikal in good form, set his personal best in the Eugene final of 5.87. Solid fault from him. So 4 men over 550 in Group B. This is Vlon. Menno Vlon, Dutch record holder indoors and out. It was a best of 5.85. Vlon sails over. So this is Carl Lillefosse, Norwegian, in fine form. The Norwegians have got a really good trio of vaulters in this competition. It could well be that all three of them will get through to the final. So nicely done. Straight over for Lillefosse, no fuss. Lillefosse has vaulted 5.86 this year, and you can see how he's done it. Took that very, very comfortably. This is Robert Zavira, former European champion. Zavira struggling a bit. Nevertheless, good clearance from 31-year-old Pole. His personal best of 5.80 dates back 8 years to 2014. Won the European title the following edition in 2016.
Here are some of the 400 hurdlers coming out, and there is Karsten Warholm. Likes to go out hard in the races, but last into the call room there. Absolutely no qualms about that. And there we go, the contrast to some high technology elements of athletics to the safety pins, old-fashioned pinning on of the bib.
It's one of those things I'm still amazed about. I mean, we do have, you know, now the technology to put removable adhesive labels on there, but we're still sticking with the safety pins.
But it does give the flexibility for late changes, though, doesn't it?
I suppose you're right, but I just think that we could probably, you know, all you really need is a decent printer down in the call area.
So about to get underway with this first semi-final. Thomas Barr of Ireland, been a great championships for them so far. Rashida Adeleke and Israel Elatunde, 400 and 100 national records for them in their respective finals. Thomas Barr, of course, lit up the Olympic Games in Rio, breaking Irish records of his own, and bronze medalist at the Europeans as well. Seamus Derbyshire did make the Commonwealth Southern Minister of Error, was very frustrated about that, but he has his chance now. Nick Schmitz, strong Dutchman, going here from lane 6. Joshua Abuaku, who's improved this year to 48.80. Getting a good reception from supporters inside the Olympiastadion, as you'd expect. Moving on to Nazir, just 19 years of age, the Turk, World Under-20 champion, recently in Cali in Colombia. Of course, those two back-to-back World Under-20s. I've been in Kenya last year. Hapio, the Frenchman, fourth at the Worlds, the 2019 European Under-23 champion. Balush of Slovakia, so he's the only athlete among these who's yet to break 50 seconds. But maybe this will be the occasion. And Dries van Nieuwenhove, the Belgian champion, 1.2 seconds PB this year, 49.56 at best. So yes, even though Balush hasn't broken 50 seconds, could quite easily do it if you look at the trajectory recently of someone like the man on his inside. And that is Dries van Nieuwenhove of Belgium, Balush of Slovakia, Hapio of France, Nazir, the Turk, Germany's Abuaku, Schmidt of the Netherlands, Seamus Derbyshire of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who had that gymnastic forward role when he qualified for that heat. And then Thomas Barr of Ireland goes in lane 8 on the outside. First two in each of these semis, and then two-time qualifiers across the 3 runs, making it through. Nazir there looks to have had a really poor start. The young Turk perhaps not too much recovery since those World Under-20 Championships. Abuaku sailing through though. The German in the yellow in lane 5. Will he have it all his own way down this home straight now? Barr of Ireland, nearest the camera for a moment there on the outside. Hapio now fighting pretty much neck and neck. Who has the more momentum off the last barrier? Hapio going to come through to take this semi-final in 48.89. Strong time for a semi, and Wilfred Hapio, how close can he get to Karsten Warholm in the final? Warholm, of course, having that tough year, getting an injury, weeks out from the World Championships, and not fully recovered by the time it came to them, but he always commits and goes for it. And we'll see how he gets on in a few moments' time. But Hapio followed by the home favourite Abuaku, with Barr just missing out on an automatic spot. So to Seamus Derbyshire of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
An outstanding run there from Wilfred Hapio, as Alex was saying. Good time for a semi-final, especially one run in the morning. Tidy hurdling from the Frenchman, who's made several steps forward this year in terms of taking chunks out of his personal best. Stuttered very slightly just ahead of the 9th, but at this stage, it's the Frenchman and the German who are getting through without too many problems. Barr tried to close down the home straight. Barr, by his own admission, has not been racing that much this year. He's had injury problems. Just hoping to get through as a fastest non-automatic qualifier. The man who finished 4th back at the Rio 2016 Olympics. A nice sporting gesture between the two men who did come home in front. Apio and Aboako confirmed their places in the final tomorrow. So we're using the hot seats. They are hot. Not quite as hot as previous days, but they're still pretty warm. So this is Guttormsen. This is his younger brother. So he's happy after his second attempt. Nicely done, good clearance there by Simon Guttormsen. So now Piotr Lisek, one of a small band of men who've ever cleared 6 meters. Had a failure at 5:50, not been in his best form this year, but that's a nice clearance to keep alive his interest in the competition for the man who's won medals at the last 3 World Championships. So this is Bruders once again. We saw him just run through, now gets it right, gets his strides right, gets his run up synced in. Nicely done. Good clearance there for the Belgian record holder. So now 7 men in this group. This is Valentin Lavinani, seen his brother Renaud, better known of the 2 siblings, go clear at 5:50. Ooh, he had huge height over there, but clipped it off with his arm as he's trying to push away. So he has 3 failures at his opening height, and that means he departs this competition. That's a tough outcome from Valentin Lavinani, European indoor silver medalist in Torun last year. So now the second heat of the men's 400 meters hurdles with none other than Carsten Warholm. Ran that incredible world record when flying to gold last year. I don't think many people could believe their eyes when they saw that time of 45:94 flash up on the scoreboard. There's Ludi Vallon.
The twice Italian champion. Auf der Bahn 5 der zweifache italienische Meister, Mario Lambrughi. Lane 4, the Belgian record holder. Auf der Bahn 4 der belgische Rekordhalter über diese Strecke.
There's Julian Watron. Made a good conversion to the 400 hurdles, better known up until now as a stalwart of the Belgian relay teams. What more can you say about Carson Warholm? Well, 48 dead this year. He's had his injury problems, as we know, ever since the spring. Came back to the World Championships, made the final, and he's now just really racing himself fit. And a big cheer for the Norwegian Olympic champion.
National champion, auf der Bahn 2 der tschechische Meister, Martin Tuček. And in lane 1, representing Spain, auf der Bahn 1 aus Spanien, Jesus David Delgado.
So as they settle into their blocks, with all eyes on Carson Warholm, what can he do? First two in this heat, as the one before and the one just about to come, plus two non-automatic qualifiers. And there's three very good men in this particular race. Warholm in lane 3, Watron 4, and Vaillant in lane 6. Let's not forget Lambrugi in lane 5 as well. From the inside, Delgado, Spain, Tuček, Czech Republic, Warholm, Norway, Watron, Belgium, Lambrugi, Italy, Vaillant, France, Bonvin, Switzerland, and on the outside, Jacob Paul of Great Britain. And Warholm's the first to rise. He's already clawing back the stagger on Watrin, and he's running very quickly. He's gone out hard, right up on the shoulder now, halfway down the back straight of Watrin. Lambrugi not really showing at this stage. Watrin's hanging on in there. Vaillant now, having run a good back straight and good bend after very slow starting, is in contention. But Warholm, he's back to something like his best. Watrin is in second place at the moment. Vaillant trying to close him down. Bonvin on the outside is drifting backwards. Vaillant comes through with a super surge to take second, but all the plaudits go to Carson Warholm, and the time unofficially 48:38. Well, that's almost a season's best for him. He's looking good, and he's certainly running himself into the type of shape that we've seen in seasons gone past.
Yeah, and still looking at him going into that last hurdle, appeared to be stuttering somewhat. I had my heart in my mouth for a moment there. Maybe he did as well. As we can see the times all coming up. Watrin making it through so far, with one semi-final, of course, to come in a few moments' time. And that means that Derbyshire and Bar will not progress. 49.3 and 49.6 for them. You can see somewhat faster from this second semi-final, including Julien Watrin and the other Julien Bonvin. So, should they wish to, they can take spots in those hot seats.
I'm not sure I'd be standing up if I was there. Well, Watrin, it's showing as a personal best, but in fact that is actually a national record for Belgium. He's been under 49 seconds in the past, just a quick shaving of a few hundredths off.
Yeah, Carson Warholm, don't think he's quite at his best, but he's recovered enough to be in strong shape to come here looking for victory. Just have another look here. I was worried when he came into that last hurdle, but has enough quality, even if he doesn't have his rhythm perfectly spot on. Although he will have to improve a little in the final, because Hapio looking fantastic so far and has had a great season. The Frenchman so close to a medal at the World Championships. There was just 0.02 of a second in it.
Well, as we watch Warholm, can we say, oh, how happy Hapio should be?
Maybe, certainly better than cry over my joke that I mentioned at the start of the morning.
Right, that's it. We'll keep everything straight and on the line. So Watrin, with that national record, takes 0.09 off his national record. So here's Sasma Turkish record holder. Struggling here. This is a man who's been over 580. Got over 530, but has had 2 failures at this height so far. Oh, yes. That's a bit more like the Esma Sanso Sasma that we know. Well, Turkey have got a few hopes for medals here, but probably their best one is Esma Sasma. But it's a very, very good pole vault competition. Even if you semi-hand the gold to Duplantis. So here's Reno Lavillani. Oh. Good vault from Lavillani. That just brings the bar down. Looks as though it was going to be a nice clearance. They've just seen his brother crash out without clearing a height.
Let's take a look at semi-final number 3. Carsten Warholm winning just a moment ago in 48.38 compared to Hapio's 48.89. Specially branded Munich 2022 hurdles. A decent collector's item, souvenir, but difficult to transport back, unfortunately. Ramsey Angela of the Netherlands on the outside. We've seen Van Diepen going the 800. 2 of them won the World Indoor 4x4 title together. Bonavacia was just out the medals actually in the 400 metres. A bit surprising, but he was. Anyway, moving on with Victor Corollaire. Not as strong as Hapio, but still with a decent opportunity to make it through to the final, you would have thought.
Olympic bronze medalist, world and European silver medalist.
Yasmani Capello, well, until the current Carsten Warholm generation really hit the heights, Capello was consistently one of the best and still remains pretty good. European champion in 2016 and then silver medalist 4 years ago. Olympic and world medalist as well. Carl Bengstrom, 48.52 this year. European under-20 champion 3 years ago.
Representing Italy, auf der Bahn 4, für Italien.
And Jose Bencosme de Leon. New lifetime best was set at the Mediterranean Games in Algeria, where he finished 4th, just outside the medals, 48.91. Seems to be a strong event for the Slovenians. Zupin in the women's event, Gucek in the men's. Unmissable, Slovenians in their bright green colours. Slovenian green. Konstantin Price, one of those who really made the most of having the crowd support in the heat, winning really nicely. And on the inside, Fitz Muller, 49.26 at best. So going by PBs, Yasmani Capello, 47.81. Bit closer this year, though. So 4 of these men around the 48-second range. From the inside, Muller, Price, Gucek, Bencosme de Leon, Bengstrom, Capello, Corollaire, and Angela. The third semi-final of the men's 400-metre hurdles. Well, really interesting to see whether Konstantin Price can do exactly what he did in the heat now among stronger competition. It's in the yellow of Sweden, Bengstrom, who's gone off like a rocket, channeling that Carsten Warholm energy across the first few hurdles here. Muller also well up on the inside there, and actually ahead of Price at this point. Starting to edge in contention in the blue of Italy is Ben Cosme de Leon now from lane 4. And sailing through with great speed. Ben Cosme de Leon, Muller really gritting his teeth and straining. And here comes Capello now. The experience shows. Nice final gear. The European champion 6 years ago. 49.34, the official time coming up. Corollaire makes it through, so we will have 2 Frenchmen in that final. 3, in fact, with Ludwig Vaillant also making it through.
Well, that to me is a big surprise that we've lost Benscombe de Leon and Carl Bengtström. I thought they might be the 2 men who'd come through, but 35 years of age, there's still a bit of zip in Alex Capello's legs, without a doubt. Victor Corollaire, well, he looked good in yesterday's first round, and he's carried on that momentum through to these semi-finals. He's making up for not being one of the seeded athletes. As we see coming into the home straight, overhead shot here. Benscombe de Leon at the moment leading the way and looking full of running. And then suddenly coming through like a train off that last hurdle. Alex Capello and Corollaire holding his form. He was second off the bend, came through as well, really straining, pushing hard, goes past the tiring Benscombe de Leon. And Bengtström left his surge just a little bit too late to make it through to the final. So it will be the men from Heat 2 who go through as the fastest non-automatic qualifiers, Votrin and Bonvin. Confirmation of the times. Capello 49.34 going through. Turning the clock back just a little bit.
Yes, so these will be our finalists. As you can see there, Yasmani Capello winning that 3rd semi-final. And fastest qualifier is Carsten Wahlholm. These are the men who just missed out. Constantin Price, faster than his heat, but tougher in the semi-final. Obviously part of that opening round, the top 12 athletes getting the bye straight through to the semis. Ramsey Angle a little disappointing, along with his teammate Nick Schmidt there, as we take a look across those full results.
Mondo Duplantis, first attempt at 5.65 meters. Oh! It brings it down. Resigned look on his face. I would be very, very surprised if there was any fundamental problems. We haven't heard of any injuries. That just looks like a bit of ring rust. Now that he's actually got there and got into action. Let's see what his second attempt looks like. Just when you expected him to go sailing clear. So to Tobias Blais. Took 2 attempts to get over 5.50. He's over 5.60. Nice jump from the German. First man over 5.65 in this group. Still a large number of competitors still in this competition.
So, decent crowd now towards the end of this, in inverted commas, morning session. And this, then, the penultimate event of the heptathlon. Norwitz of Belgium remains a medal contender. This isn't her strongest event, Anouk Vetter should be much, much better, as we saw at the World Championships, where the Dutch woman came through for the silver medal in what seems to perennially, in the last couple of years, be a battle between the Benelux nations, the Netherlands and Belgium, certainly. Those few countries having very, very strong heptathlon traditions. Adriana Sulek with this eccentric javelin run-up that made a lot of social media clips at the World Championships. You can see a lot of the heptathletes go into the throwing position quite early, side on, try and keep hold of the point. So Sulek 40-39 in the opening round and gets the valid attempt in here. So, of course, that fantastic third round effort in the long jump to make sure she stayed in contention. 6:55 it was, only bettered by Annick Carlin's lifetime best of 6:73. And Sulek, 41.61, worth 698 points for her. So the really strong world-class javelin throwers can go much further, but strong from Sulek.
Thibaut Collet now, first attempt at 5:65. There's 18 men in this competition. I should say 16 still in this competition with the bar at 5:65. Collet's clearance almost certainly will see him through to the final. Nicely done from Collet. Well, we've seen Valentine Lavillenie depart. We've still got his brother in the competition, but certainly one Frenchman looks very, very likely to go through to the final. So now, Koppelaar, the Dutchman. Good vault as well for the Dutchman. This is probably going to be the height where the shakeout is going to happen. Koppelaar, nicely done.
So into the third round of this Group A in the pool of lesser javelin throwers, shall we say. Norwitz appears to have made a slight improvement. So Witz, who was in second place overnight, then 6:31 in the long jump. And now 41.82, a new lifetime best for the Belgian.
Renaud Lavillenie, second attempt at 5:65. Still opting for long tights. It's very warm here now, probably in the mid-20s. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday when we were soaring towards about 30 degrees at midday. Looking on. Gudmundsson. Well, we wait for Lavillenie. This is Bokanda Litabare. His first attempt at 5:65. We've seen his compatriot Blay go clear. Sporting sunglasses, nicely done. Good plan, using quite a soft pole, which many vaulters do in qualifying when they just need to get the heights and get through to the final. Not much daylight between Litabari and the bar, but good enough to get over 5:65. Joining Blay. two Germans. Now we're ready for Renaud Lavillenie. Second attempt at 5.65 for the former world record holder, 2012 Olympic champion, amongst his many accolades. Super clearance there. I think clearing 5.65 should be good enough to see you through to the final. Bar will not need to go up to 5.80, I'm fairly sure of that. So now the women's 400 meters hurdles semi-finals. Like the men, 3 semis, qualification, first 2 home, and 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
Drei Läufe stehen bereit. Wir schauen rein in den ersten und sehen hier die französische Meisterin.
There's Serie of France.
French champion Camille Zeri.
The French contingent looking to roar their athletes on.
Please welcome the Spanish champion, die Meisterin aus Spanien.
Sarah Gallego, taken the Spanish record down this year to 54.35. Probably one of the women to look out for. This is Lena Kloster, run under 54 seconds this year. Very good Norwegian. Lena Nielsen switched to the hurdles this year. Her sister Levi Nielsen was in the 400 meters. Carolina Krafzik looked good in the first round the other day. And Nina Hespel has a best, which has improved to this year of 56.08. Perhaps one of the outsiders to make it through. And on her inside, the Greek Dimitra Ganafoko. Again, a woman who hasn't broken 56 seconds, so it's a bit of a tall order to see her through unless she makes a quite significant improvement. The lanes to keep an eye on are lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So as they settle into the blocks from the inside, Nafaki of Greece, Hespel, Belgium, Krafzik of Germany, Nielsen, Great Britain, Kloster, Norway, Gallego, Spain, Sartori, Italy, and on the outside, Seri of France. And they're well away, and it's looking as though Kloster and Gallego running well at the moment. Kloster indeed is starting to claw back the advantage on Gallego, but Gallego still running well. Krafzik on the inside in lane 3, also having a good first half of this race, good 5 hurdles as they come into the bend. And it's Kloster doing very well at the moment. She's going to come into the home straight in the lead. On the outside, Seri, well, weren't expecting such a good run from the Frenchwoman on the outside. She's now starting to tire as this starts to go to form. It's Krafzik in lane 3, Kloster coming through very quickly as Kloster starts to tie really badly. Gallego takes that last hurdle really well. Krafzik, though, on the inside, also goes through as the automatic qualifier just behind Sarah Gallego. Well, Gallego, recent European under-23 medalist, has really stepped up this year. Gone under 55 seconds for the first time and improved the Spanish record. 55.16, so not that far away from her best. And it is Gallego and Krafzik who get through. Kloster, having looked so good for 3/4 of that race. The wheels just came off down the home straight, but she came through to finish third in 55.63. Have to wait and see whether she gets through as a fastest non-automatic qualifier. And a rather distant fourth, but a personal best for Dimitra Nafaki.
Well, credit first of all to Karolina Krafzik, who, similar to her teammate Konstantin Price, was terrific in the heat, and then Price struggling a little bit more in the semi-final, but the German really committed to that race. Although she didn't hold on over Gallego, who had terrific momentum over the final couple of barriers, she'd done enough to make it through, and that was the reason for her delight that we just saw the shot previously, 55.29, just over a tenth behind Gallego. So you have a look at the two here. The German in the yellow, fighting to get to the line, gritting her teeth, but Gallego, a cool customer in the final stages.
Confirmation there, Sara Gallego, Caroline Krafzik. As we look at Sondre Guttormsen, second attempt at 5.65 for the very good Norwegian. His brother Simon also still in this competition. Wriggles over it. But it stays up, and he joins the small band of vaulters who've got over 5.65 and I think are already looking at a place in the final. Nicely done for Sondre Guttormsen. His brother Simon, 2 vaults still to go. Now we saw Mondo Duplantis. Scrappy first attempt at 5.65. Let's see if he can get it right. And he does, without too much trouble. End of story. Well, the automatic qualifying height is still 5.80, but with 16 men in at this height, I have a feeling we won't be needing to go any higher. Fairly routine for Mondo Duplantis. He doesn't even come in this low at most Diamond League meetings, tending to come in at 5.70 or even 5.75. This is Oleg Zernickel. 5.65 first attempt. He's in Group B. This is his first attempt. This was recorded a short while ago. And Zernickel joins Bokanda Litabayre in clearing 5.65. And I'm almost certain joins him in the final. Good jump from Zernickel, who improved his personal best to 5.87 when finishing 5th in Eugene at the World Championships. So all 3 Germans now over 5.65, including Torsten Blay.
Back to the heptathlon javelin. So Adriana Sulek, can she eke out a bit more improvement? 51.61 so far. So once again, here she goes, side on. Doesn't build up that much speed on the runway. That javelin goes further over 40 meters though. We've only got 6 athletes in this pool. We saw Dadic was disqualified at the end of yesterday. Maria Vicente appears to have pulled out now. She was looking quite distraught after that long jump competition. Holly Mills, also down on her best, is out. Some of these athletes may have a couple of niggling issues as well. Skrivanova also DNS. Cambors has continued after no mark in the long jump. 42.86, 722 points. Of course, Anouk Vetter capable of over 1,000 points. Almost a 60-meter thrower. So that'll be a very interesting to follow when we come round to the second group of heptathletes in the javelin. Next, back to the track for the second semi-final of the women's 400-meter hurdles. So, Pauline Coquart, someone who's come through the age group ranks as well, winning the European Under-23 title. Said that quite a few times at these championships, which is good so far as progression from juniors into seniors is concerned. Tougher in some events than others. Jikova, Czech Republic. Katchuk, Olympic finalist, where she was 6th, 7th at these championships 4 years ago. Good to see a strong contingent from Ukraine here. Vivi Lehikoinen, so broke the Finnish national record earlier this year, 54.60 in Eugene. European under-18 champion back in 2016 in Tbilisi in Georgia. Amalie Uhl, long-time training partner of Karsten Warholm. And let me tell you, it always looks like it's a fun training group to be part of, judging by what you often see on Instagram, getting up to all kinds of antics. This is Jessie Knight, her lifetime best now equal to Ailey Doyle, 54.09. Right up there at the sharp end of the British all-time list. New PB in Ordichem, in which lots of British hurdlers went faster than ever before. Daniela Lendečka, so one of those who's come through the heat. She has 4 national Slovakian titles. And then Farr on the inside for Switzerland, 56.16 at best. So right through from 53.76 to 56.16 PBs. Some explosive performances in the 400 hurdles over the last few years. So again, it's the case where, and I think this makes it exciting, where some athletes might target the European Championships to get higher up the ranks than ever before. So far, Ledecka, Knight, Uhl, Lehikoinen, Katchuk, Jikova and Kukait. So these 8 athletes with a chance to make it through to a European final. Going strongly on the inside, Annika Farr. Look out for Tkachuk, one of 2 Ukrainians who was in that Olympic final, along with Ryzhkova. Moving past Jikova of the Czech Republic now, and remaining first to rise just about. Kukait on the outside, establishing herself as a member of the Belgian mixed relay team along with the Borlée brothers, but looking for individual success here. Well back though, here comes Lehikoinen and Uhl overtaking Tkachuk. Lehikoinen, the Finnish youngster, looking fantastic in the closing stages, coming through to win this semi-final. And Uhl, did she just do enough to get that second automatic spot to advance? Well, that was sensational from Vivi Lehikoinen, someone who showed real potential 6 years ago, the youngest age group of European athletics competition. 54.50, so another 10th taken off that Finnish national record. It was, in fact, Tkachuk who got up there ahead of Uhl. So that's all important as far as that second capital Q spot is concerned. Uhl does at least get a lifetime best, and for the moment is set to make it with one last semi-final to come in a few moments' time. And then Jessie Knight taking that 4th position in this heat, and also time qualifying position.
Well, as you were saying, Alex, what a splendid run from Evie Hirkonen. I mean, she was absolutely brilliant from start to finish. She had that finish record at the World Championships in Eugene, which broke a record which had stood for 35 years, and now she's shaved another 10th off it. And she's so quick on the running as well. That's really her strength. She's really come on as far as her technique is concerned. But this year, and just remember, she's only 52, getting a bit tongue-tied, 22 years of age. It's her flat speed that's really carried her through with that incredible burst over the final two barriers. And Victoria Thachuk taking the second automatic qualifying spot for Ukraine. Really tight all the way to the end there. So Yule 54.68, and then Knight 55.39, taking third and fourth. So this is Vloon, second attempt for the Dutchman. He's already seen his compatriot Koppelaar go clear. Sporting those long blue socks. And he makes it 2 Dutchmen over 5.65. Nicely done for the Dutch record holder. Lots of height as well there. That's a good clearance. Everything just slotted into place there from a good run up, good plant of the bar, good strong plant, elevating himself into the air. And he's the fourth man in Group B to go clear. Now this is Lillefosser. He's seen Sondre Guttorsen go clear at 5.65. Simon Guttorsen still in the competition. And it's Lillefosser who now goes clear. Dissimilar vault to the one we just saw a few moments ago from Vloon, the Dutchman. Perhaps a bit more daylight. So it should be from a man who's cleared 5.80 plus a few times. So he becomes number 5 in Group B. So this is the third semi-final of the women's 400 meters hurdles. Femke Bol. Well, she's now returning to her favourite event after taking her first gold medal here last night in the 400 meters. Still trying to work out, haven't had time to check when the last time a European ran as fast as her with that utterly stunning run.
Ja, und dann schauen wir ganz besonders auf die Bahn 6. Die haben wir hier schon mal gesehen. Das ist die Europameisterin über 400 ohne Hürden und die Nummer 3. Die drittschnellste
Bol
aller Zeiten.
wearing the blue bib as the European leader.
Aus den Niederlanden.
52.27. That silver medal in Eugene. Ran 52.03 last year to take the bronze at the Olympics. Long sider on her inside, the very good Belgian Hannah Kleis. In addition to Bol is Anna Ryšková. Ryšková a little bit off her best, but is still running very, very well. And has clocked 54.33 this year. Aimee Foloronso has improved to 54.34. Yasmin Geiger, well, is a terrific teenager. Her senior career at the moment is still not quite taking off in the same way that when she was appearing at the European Age Group Championships and she took European under-20 medals. And on the inside, Kristiina Halonen. An outsider to go through, but you can't help but wonder what effect that terrific run in the previous heat from Evie Lehtonen will have. So all eyes are going to be on Femke Bol without a doubt, but there's two women to go through. There's Yule and Knight from the preceding heat, who are in the hot seat at the moment. From the inside, Halonen of Finland, Geiger, Switzerland, Foloronso, Italy, Ryskova, Ukraine, Kleis, Belgium, Bol of the Netherlands, Slettum, Norway, and on the outside, McLean of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Well, Bol already starting very quickly indeed. So too is Kleis. Kleis has actually started even the quicker, perhaps. But no doubt at all, Bol now into a running. Anna Kleis at this stage, super quick. It's Bol followed by Kleis. Bol really picking up the speed down the back straight after a sluggish first 100 meters. Ryskova battling as well. So at the moment, it's the Netherlands, Belgium and Ukraine. That's the 1, 2, 3. Foloronso slightly out of it, but she's a fast finisher. She's trying to get up on the shoulder of Ryskova as Kleis starts to go backwards, tiring badly. Bol, though, still bags of energy despite those 2 rounds of the 400 meters. And she's followed home by Anna Ryskova. So it's the Netherlands, followed home by Ukraine. It'll be Femke Bol followed by Anna Ryskova into the final. 53.73, and she just makes it look routine. Ryskova, season's best of 54.25. Foloronso, that nudges Jessie Knight out. So the two fastest non-automatic qualifiers will be Yule of Norway and Foloronso of Italy. Smiles for Yule, who's still the Norwegian 400-meter record holder on the flat, overtaken in the record books by Kloster, who we saw in action in the first heat. Foloronso makes it through to the final with that run just inside 55 seconds. I wonder if she really does need to wake herself up. It was probably a long night after winning the 400 meters yesterday, doping control and all the protocols that come post-event.
Yeah, well, we have some quite late finishes to sessions here, so I'm sure that would have had an impact because, what, 10, 11 o'clock local time, of course. And as you say, you consider by the time she gets back to the hotel and hopefully gets some sort of rest, would have been close to midnight and then up fairly early this morning, but made that look so easy, as you said. I mean, start of last season, that would have been a lifetime best for Femke Bol, but just shows you how much she's improved to 42.03, which was set obviously last year in Tokyo, and just coming on leaps and bounds, but really at home in European competition, aged just 22 and on course for that sensational double.
And a shout out for Anna Ryskova. I think we've said on several occasions, we all know the difficulties all the Ukraine athletes have in getting ready for these championships, not just the Worlds, but here in Munich as well. But there's confirmation. Femke Bol and Anna Ryskova were the two fastest women in this morning's semi-finals, and Evie Lehtonen improving to a national record of 54.50 for the Finns. There's the full details of everybody. So, Peter Lisek, multiple World Championship medalist, former European indoor champion, brings the bar down at 5.65. Now, let's have a look. I make it 5 men in this group who've gone over 5.65. And he's in equal 7th place at the moment. I'm desperately trying to scribble, do the maths. I'm looking at Ben Broeders here, who's in a very similar position to Lissac. Ah, so close for the Belgian record holder. I don't think that's going to be good enough. I make it 12 men from groups A and B have now got over 5.65. So Broeders doesn't make it through. This is recorded just a little while ago. This is Alberto, his final attempt at 5.65 meters. The Swiss Volta finally getting it right at 5.65. Going nicely clear. Tidy jump from Alberto. Season's best for him. Swiss record holder getting himself through to the European Championships final. Just getting some input in there, as always, from the coaches. Didn't used to be the case, going back about 20 to 30 years, where coaches were allowed quite so close. Now, Kuyenpa, once again, recorded just a short while ago while we were focusing our energies on the women's 400 meters semi-finals. I think he might have had a bit of inspiration from Evie Lehtonen, because he sails clear. Nicely done. Limbs going everywhere above the bar, but he had the height. Almost spidery. Not the tidiest of vaults at the top end of his trajectory, but he had the height, and he gets over 5.65 on his 3rd attempt, and it's a season's best for him as well. So with 12 men over 5.65, that makes it very tidy. 3 Germans through to the final, 2 Frenchmen, 2 Norwegians, Menno Vloen, Dominic Alberto, and Urho Kuyenpa of the Netherlands, Switzerland and Finland respectively. We lost Harry Koppel and Valentin Lavillenie. Little bit of a surprise there on both counts. Both men failed to register a valid jump. Also, Ersu Sazma, who's been vaulting very well this year. Turkish record holder at 5.80. He's gone out. So we've lost a few people we might have expected to have got through to the final. By contrast, we've got a few that we didn't expect.
Still more to come as part of this session. We have some 200-meter heats. Haven't seen any of the longest sprints so far. Look at that, the relay practice there. A little bit sped up, otherwise I'd be really impressed with those changeovers. The Irish team there, and the French as well. So the warm-up track basically adjacent across the road on the outskirts of the Olympic Park here, which is really nicely sort of decked out into a festival atmosphere, and there are all those kinds of stalls, and whether it's food and freebies and things for all ages to do, and then you've got the kind of backdrop of the hills as well around, you know, somewhere that hosted the Olympics 50 years ago, European Championships 20 years ago.
Hold on a minute here. Where's the food and the freebies? You haven't told me about that. Are you hiding something from me, Alex?
I don't think so. We've discovered a few things on the way, but sometimes you just got to get to the stadium to be ready for commentary rather than faff about looking for freebies.
We'll discuss this a bit later. I think you know something I don't. Well, you know a lot of things I don't, but I'm talking particularly about the food and the freebies.
So also quite eager to see the women's Group B as part of the Javelin and the Heptathlon. So that gets underway in about 25 minutes time as we watch those taking part in this first heat of the men's 200 come out. So obviously 2 nights ago now we had the conclusion of the men's 100 final. Doesn't look to be too many names that are doubling up. Just a quick look along the start list for this. I can see Robin van der Bemden, one of those who sometimes doubles up, but more of a 400 runner. Going over a shorter distance here. Marcus Lawler, well, the Irish sprinters have been the talk of the town. In fact, some of their distance runners have been feeling under pressure as a result. Israel Olatunde, the first ever Irishman in the final at the European Championships. I saw he overtook Paul Hessian's national record, running close to it in both the heat and the semi. So going through all 3 rounds and then 10:17 in the final. So we have a look at some of the highlights from a few moments ago. Women's 400 hurdles. Semis. This angle looks like Femke Bol, yes. Confirming that. Look at Rishkova fighting someone else who not so long ago overtook a long-standing national record. Not quite as sharp at that this season, but very much in with a shout of a medal come that final. So some more of the men. This is for the 3rd heat of the 200. And before too long, they'll hand over those possessions and get ready to go. 2 heats in front, though. So potentially they might have more of an idea of what's needed to do to qualify. It will be first 3 in each heat and then 3 time qualifiers going through to the semi-finals. So as well as the live results on the European Athletics website, you can also download the app for the European Championships and follow European Athletics across social media. I think we're even reaching out as far as TikTok, if you're that way inclined, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Big content team trying to find the quirky as well as the performance-related content. And we have had some quirky moments of these championships, haven't we? We've had forward rolls, athletes being attacked by wasps as they're introduced to the crowd. Artur Abele in the decathlon running the solo sprint hurdles race. False starts or faulty starts where the athletes have been called back in the 800, 5,000 and 10,000 meters. Probably a few more within that. Yes, Daniel Stahl with his own handheld fan. And Nicholas Cow in the decathlon having a snack of sweeties somewhere while he was waiting for his go in the pole vault. These athletes will take part in heat number 2 we're looking at, so getting a look at everyone before they shape up on that start line. There's Torres of Gibraltar. I love giving every nation a shout out when we see some of those with smaller contingents. Doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't always contenders to advance, of course. Luxembourg have 2 very strong athletes, Van der Weyken, the female sprinter, and Charles Grethen, who's been very consistent on the European circuit this year as a middle distance runner in the 1500.
Yes, Gretchen didn't unfortunately get through to the final of the 1500 meters, but also a shout out for Cyprus as well. Decent number of throwers. Some of them doing well at the Commonwealth Games 2 weeks ago, others in contention here.
So this will be heat number 1, and on the inside we'll have Robin Erewa. So I'm sure he'll get the biggest shout from the crowd. This is Mathias Herve Johansen. Norway not famed as one of the biggest sprinting nations, but it is a sensational generation in any case. And Norway hosting the European Team Championships First League a few years ago, the Ingebrigtsens on home soil. And I suppose that's the kind of event where you get an indication of how a nation's doing across all events, the chance to field a competitor in every discipline, and for them to get their moment in the spotlight, even if it isn't your nation's best event. Tamir Burnett of the Netherlands will go in lane 8 on the outside. Lifetime best of 20:34, which is actually the fastest in the field, 20:47 this year. Going past Herve Johansen, then Lukas Zok of Poland, Polish champion indoors and out. This is Jan Jierka, national record holder. Marcus Lawler, not too far away from Paul Hessian's 200 record. He's a 10th off it. 2030 it is. So Hessian, maybe he'll be hanging on to that record for a little bit longer. Then we went through Trevitsas of Greece, Van der Bemden of Belgium, and there is Robin Erewa. Erewa is the German champion indoors and out 8 times, mostly over 200 meters.
On your marks.
So this is his event, whereas, as I say, Robin van der Bemden, often seen him over 400. It's really not just the Bourlet brothers who are strong for Belgium. They've also got Sakur, Doom, Votrin, who we saw in the 400 hurdles, Iguasel, van der Bemden. So their legacy is pretty much secure, as the Bourlets, I think Kevin and Jonathan are about 34 years of age. Anyway, Erewa, van der Bemden, Trevitsas, Lawler, Jierka, Zok, Johansen and Burnett. First heat of the men's 200. Remind you, top 3 going through to the semis and then 3-time qualifiers. The sunlight really shining down on these athletes through the roof here in Munich. Van der Bemden going really strongly in the white of Belgium, but look at Burnett coming through like a train in the second half of the race. 20:49, so a time that few athletes in this field could really live with, and into a -1 wind. Also really impressive that from Burnett, throwing the gauntlet down to the rest of the competitors. Of course, in the sprint events, some athletes top 12 going through to the semi-finals directly. Lukas Zok and Jan Jierka getting the 2nd and 3rd auto queue spots.
Well, I saw Tyler Burnett in action at a meeting a month or so ago in Bern, which I was commentating on. I was very impressed with him. He really looked the part over 200 meters, set a personal best on that occasion, with a large contingent of Dutch athletes having made that trip to that Swiss meeting. And he's come through. He's really starting to look like a very accomplished athlete. Hasn't really yet broken through to the very, very top level of European or indeed world athletics, but I think it's only just a matter of time. And this was a nice run indeed from Burnett in the outside lane. So around the bend, had no idea where everybody else was running blind, and then came off the bend with a nice handsome lead, just kept on powering his way through the line. Everybody else battling for the other automatic qualifying spots. Was able finally, probably about 5 meters from the line, just to glance over his left shoulder and see where everybody else was.
Yeah, the Dutch looking for a real world-class 100 and 200 runner on the men's side, particularly obviously Daphne Schnippers has been strong for a number of years. Chirandi Martina, don't forget, he won the 100 title in Amsterdam 2016 and 200 in Helsinki in 2012.
Chirandi's still sprinting at club and regional level, still involved in the sport at 40-odd years of age. He was almost making the Dutch team, I think, for the Olympics. They were looking for a fourth man, but they went with a somewhat younger sprinter, give somebody experience. But Burnett, very useful, can even turn his hand to 400-meter running if needed.
So confirmed time coming up as 20:48, 3/10 ahead of Lukas Jock. And then Jurke getting that third spot in 20:84. So a bit surprised that Van der Benden is only as high as fifth. 20:90 his time. In heat number 2, we'll see the likes of the Italian Esiosa De Salu. So another fast athlete seated on the outside with a best of 20.13. And Jan Volko, who was part of the 100 final, will go in the third heat.
Just see a replay there once again of Burnett striding his way down the home straight. A little bit of a surprise that the times were so modest behind Burnett, just getting inside 21 seconds. These are good sprinting conditions. We've commented in the past, of course, with the 100 meters and the hurdles last night, that this isn't the fastest of tracks, but at the same time, it will only make a 1/10 of a second's difference to the top men in Europe. See there, the battle for the second, third, fourth and fifth places going on behind Burnett. So just a bit of discussion. We know there's a large contingent of Dutch journalists here. I'm sure they'll be wanting to have a word with him. But he has got the semi-finals tonight, so he won't be staying too long in what we call the mixed zone, where athletes do speak to the journalists. You start with the TV first and then go on to the written media. This is the call room for the third heat. The men in the second heat have already made their way onto the track. Still just trying to keep cool.
When you watch the championships, you typically see inside the stadium, but the infrastructure, particularly needed for a multi-sport event, is absolutely extraordinary. I couldn't believe the number of production offices needed for all of the different sports and all of the different streams as well, and so much having to be put on. And you have hospitality facilities, medical areas. There's so much that needs to be worked on, and years of planning, in fact.
Indeed there is. And you've also found where the food and the freebies is. That's going to rankle with me for a little while. But now we're going to concentrate on the action on the track, which is the second heat in this, the first round of the men's 200 meters. Well, Alex mentioned him a little bit earlier. We've got Jan Volko in here as well. Esa De Salu. This is one of the Finns trying to keep cool. De Salu on the outside.
Perella wears the cap because he sees it as lucky. He ran fast in training wearing it, and even actually, I don't think it does keep him cool. It's a bit of a good luck charm.
We'll see whether he's right as this heat unfolds. So the man we're really keeping an eye out for is the man on the outside. We've just seen the first heat run from lane 1 from lane 8. Esiola De Salu ran the third leg on the 4x100 team that won Olympic gold last summer in Tokyo. So this is a man with an Olympic gold medal in his collection at home. Jedal Torres of Gibraltar. Tazana Kamanga-Rybak, the Danish record holder. Czech Republic's Eduard Kubalik. Lithuania's Gedminas Truskaskus. And then Samuel Perla, Finnish record holder at 200 meters with 20:45. Won many medals in age group championships, both at the European under 18 and under 20 level. now 22 years of age. As we scan inwards, William Rees of Switzerland and Teemu Mate are in the end side of the fin. So Parola in lane 3 and Desalu out on the outside in lane 8, the man to keep an eye on. Don't discount as well Kamanga Dierbach of Denmark to improve the Danish record this year to 20:48.
Set.
Well, Desalu took a long time to get into the set position, but now he's really starting to motor. Kamanga Dierbach also doing well at the moment. Parola struggling a little bit. Well, the Dane going backwards, but it's Desalu, and also on the inside, looks like Mate, Rees, I should say, of Switzerland, who's doing well, but no doubt at all about the winner. And Rees followed him home. That's a bit of a surprise. 20:46, a good run for Desalu. Season's best from Rees, not that far away from his personal best either. Truskauskas in third. So Truskauskas gets a cue next to him. And Parola, well, a bit of a surprise. He wasn't really showing. He looked as though he was struggling down the bend. Kamanga Dierbach also did well in the opening half of the race around the bend, and then started to go backwards as others attacked down the home straight.
Esiota Desalu, always great to watch. Part of that Olympic Games winning relay team with Filippo Torto, Marcel Jacobs and Lorenzo Pata. And nice on the outside, no idea what's going on in his inside, of course, similar to Burnett, but didn't matter, sailed through.
Don't really need the photo finish there. Fairly obvious who the three men to go through are. Led home by Desalu of Italy. And even though Desalu hasn't been seeded into the semi-finals, I have a feeling he's going to be a very strong contender for a place in the final. And of course, Italy, well, they are the Olympic gold medalists. Will obviously be fronting up a very strong 4x100 meters relay team. Well, Parola, hard to work it out, but I think he's a bit disappointed with that, and frankly, he should be. No doubt at all who's happy. The Italian contingent. The Italians have brought quite a lot of people here, and they're supporting their athletes all the way through this morning session.
Just to touch on Parola, Samueli Samuelsson in the 100 meters was similarly disappointing for Finland, given that he'd actually set a Finnish national record and broken a 21-year long-standing mark fairly recently. But the Finns will come together in the relay. I seem to recall they actually set a national record in the 4x1 at the last European Championships in Berlin. So attention could well turn to that, although Parola, based on his time, still has an opportunity to make it through to those semi-finals, which I believe are coming up later.
That's this evening. Well, we've got Finnish broadcasters not that far away from us. Maybe at the break we'll have a quick word with them and see if there's any prevailing issues in the team. Maybe a few people just recovering from COVID that we don't know about, which of course is one of the things that we all consider these days when somebody's not running quite to form.
Yeah, Topi Raitanen, the Finnish steeplechaser, was a big hope for them, but had a stomach bug at the World Championships. The big success, though, was Vilma Murto in the pole vault last night with a championship record performance and Finnish national best as well.
I think that was even the first Finnish gold, not just in the athletics, but across all the 9 sports being contested here at these multi-sport European Championships.
Yeah, becoming the 5th Finnish woman to win gold at the European Athletics Championships specifically, and 34th overall. So interesting that it's been predominantly male success in recent years. People often think of Tiina Liilak as one of the great Finnish javelin throwers. The last Finnish person to win gold at these championships was Antti Ruskonen in the javelin in 2014 in Zurich.
Yes, neither of the 2 great women javelin throwers from Finland ever won a European title, neither Liilak nor Michaela Ingeborg, who was here as a coach this morning, coaching the Finnish female javelin throwers. It was Sara Essay, the race walker, who got the last Finnish female gold medal before Murto, wasn't it, back in 1994?
That's right, yeah, and there was a terrific performance from Juha Keskisalo to win in Gothenburg in 2006, one of the great steeplechase races that I've ever seen. Let's focus now on this next heat of the men's 200s. Quite surprised that more athletes haven't got the shades out. Looking cool there, that's Simon Hansen of Denmark. Set a 4x1 national record in Tokyo, 20:49 at best. Again, the fastest athlete will be on the outside, certainly going by PB. That's Jan Volko. So, said he was in the 100 final. He was 4th there. Known as a bit of a 60-meter specialist, won the European indoor title in 2019, the Slovakian. Here he is, in fact, a 3-time European indoor medalist. So certainly I'll have hopes of progressing through this semi-final. If not, then making it through to 2 finals. Polak of Czech Republic, Hansen, Denmark. Another strong Italian, this is Petto Rossi, 0.4 seconds improvement this year, the Italian 200-meter champion. And that's a pretty difficult title to win. With the likes of De Salu, Infantino in recent years. Tortu and Pater and Jacobs all stronger over 100. So Rodriguez of Spain, the others Vikrota of Poland, and then Felix Svensson. So he's someone that's won the Swedish title in the past, and then this year the Swiss indoor title. And I've just seen from his World Athletics page that his eligibility to run for Switzerland just started this week. So the full lineup with Svensson in lane 2, Vikrota alongside then Rodriguez, Petto Rossi, Hansen, Polak and Volko. The final heat of the men's 200. Let's see who the top trio will be. They will automatically progress to the semi-finals. We'll have to wait a few moments though with that second gun going. I mentioned that the last event I was commentating on in England, we had to have 7 guns go until the athletes were called back in their preliminary round. They just didn't hear it. They were too far around the bend, and then they needed some recovery time before eventually they ran. Well, having a look at that, Rodriguez minus 0.298. Now, we did have a similar situation with Jacques Ali Harvey, where he reacted before the start. That was the judgment. And it looks like the yellow card is in Chris Cohen's hand.
Disturbing the start, lane 4.
I think it's really important that we've added the microphone so it's announced to the crowd. I mean, you did sometimes often hear the announcement from the officials, or you see the card eventually, but just good to add that bit of information. Also, yellow will flash on the cone marker behind the athlete as well. Daniela Rodriguez, 20:59 at best. So 2077 and 2088, the times of those in the hot seat, Samuel Purola and Tazana Mikkel Kamanga-Derbach of Finland and Denmark, respectively. Once again, Svensson, Vikrota, Rodriguez, Petter Rossi, Hansen, Polak and Volko.
Set.
The man with more races in the legs from these championships than anyone else. Now we do get going. Look at Hansen in the red and black of Denmark from lane 6. Volko now pushes on round this bend. Rodriguez, maybe some bit of luck there not to get the false start. Can't quite qualify though, as Volko comes through from Petter Rossi. Now we try and compare the times. 20:49 therefore, the delighted Jan Volko compares very closely to De Sarlo's 24:6 and 24:8 for Burnett. Shape things up nicely going into those semi-finals. Petter Rossi 20:65, so this could well be close. What about third place? It was tight on the line as they came through. Rodriguez was among those fighting. So Rodriguez does in fact make it 2080, and that means that Purola should go through. Vikrota 2081, so he also is in one of those spots. And then Kamanga-Derbach is knocked out by one of his teammates. Not the first time we've seen that at these championships. Sometimes when you take more athletes, they might knock each other out.
Interesting that it was a very good run from Jan Volko. He's the Slovak Republic record holder over the longest sprint at 20:24. And this was really a return to form, the type of form that he was showing on the longer sprint back in around 2018. Certainly the 200 meters is not his preferred distance. It's a case of running 100 meters and hanging on for Volko, who, as we all know, is a former European indoor champion over 60 meters. But he's in good shape. He equaled his Slovak Republic 100 meters record in the semis last night and was very close to it in the final. And now he looks as though he's got a lot of good running in his legs as well. Volko, he seems to have been around many, many years, but in fact he's still only 25 years of age. There's a big thumbs up from Mr. Volko. He makes his way through quite nicely to tonight's semi-finals. He might well need a Slovak record to progress to the final. Wonder if he can dig one out. Petrossi and Rodriguez both through. So De Sarlo of Italy leading the way with 20:46, the fastest man in this morning's first round of the 200 meters. There's the full lineup, including Vikrota and Hansen, as Alex was saying, getting through as fastest non-automatic qualifiers in that third heat. Perhaps just a surprise that Eroa, the German, didn't make it through. Marcus Lawler as well, not having the best of runs.
Big news from the heptathlon. The world and Olympic silver medalist Anouk Vetter is out of the competition. So not 100% sure why. Can't see anything on social media just at this point. Had a very quick look, but showing us DNS, you can see saying goodbye to her competitors. She was in 5th place coming in to this competition and obviously capable of over 1,000 points in the javelin. Big hopes of a medal. Some disappointing events. First athlete to exit the high jump at 171 and then best overall in the shot put in 200. But that changes things somewhat. It means that Karlin of Switzerland and also Adriana Sulek suddenly have a bigger chance of a medal. They'll probably be battling with Norwitz, the Belgian, number 2 Belgian. Always seems harsh to say, but Witz not the strongest javelin thrower. We have already seen her and Sulek. Sulek 42.86, Witz 41.82. Bianca Salming, a great high jumper, 192 at best, and third overall in the high jump. Broadening out into a heptathlete, the daughter of ice hockey legend Börje Salming, absolutely lauded in Sweden. He's here supporting her, and this is also a good event for Bianca over 50 meters. So javelin, if you're good at it, you can really make up points, particularly building momentum in the penultimate event, just like in the decathlon where we saw Niklas Kaul with 76 meters to set him on his way to gold. That at one point seemed unlikely, but you didn't dare rule him out. Christian, 6:15 in the long jump earlier today. Looking a bit disappointed there, but shouldn't be. Over 50 meters. Just hearing that Anouk Vetter has an Achilles issue, so obviously tough in the javelin. Trying to block to stop before that line after building up the energy, transferring it then into the throw and launching that javelin. So Xenia Christian looking at this measurement now, 50.38 for her. And this shows you the overall standings, moving her up into 4th place. So just as we thought she wasn't maybe putting together the best heptathlon compared to Gutzis last year, that incredible score where she won the competition, might just still be in with a shout of a medal. Nafi Thiam, though, disappointing in the long jump, 6:08, put her off track so far as Jess Ennis's 2010 championship record is concerned. But with Vetter out, those immediately behind her can't make up that huge amount of ground in the javelin. So the only thing stopping Nafi Thiam is injury or some sort of calamitous 3 fouls in the javelin. One of those so far, but she can afford to play it safe and is a great thrower in her own right as well. 53.01 this year, 59.32 a lifetime best from 2017. Okay, been really impressed with Annick Carlin of Switzerland. 6th in Eugene, huge personal best, 6.73, best long jumper overall. Rather congested field there, but we saw the line showing number 3 and then 2 and 1 ahead of that. So Carlin gets the valid attempt. So Swiss national record holder, aged 22. Improved on her long jump PB by 9 centimeters, over 1,000 points there. And let's take a look. So Carlin ahead of Sulek, ahead of Witz. At the moment, that's how it'll shape up going into the 800 meters tonight. Saga Vanninen of Finland, European and World Under-20 champion. There have been some good Finnish performances that I'm sure will boost the rest of their squad. And they're really looking for a strong heptathlete and decathlete as well. The neighbouring Estonians, obviously so strong, it's almost like a national sport. But Finland, javelin, you can't be too far away from a great coach, can you? As we have a look at Vanninen, 42.56 worth 716 points. So big gap in this group. 8 meters from Christian, best so far, to Vanninen. Caroline Schaefer, she's dropped off a little bit since not managing 6 meters in the long jump. Really disappointing. Black shades matching her shorts, the German, but that is a fantastic throw. That 50-meter line there, just to the right of the number 50 on the field. So Schaefer and Wiesenberg both looking strong. Another country with a great javelin tradition, along with Finland. 50.18 meters. So 3 athletes over that golden barrier. Christian from Schaefer, from Bianca Solming. Jado Dowda, well, it's sometimes said that British heptathletes aren't that good at javelin, and they won't mind me saying that, but Jado Dowda is one of the better ones, and she's also a fairly decent shot putter as well, so it's interesting how she's kind of got a different strengths. The sister of Callum O'Dowda, the Irish international footballer, the bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games. Multiple winner of the national combined events title, and she's also won Junior England long jump titles, 41.04. It's interesting, you sometimes think athletes are going to specialise, and then they say, no, I've got my strengths, let me fill those gaps in coaching, invest in some of my weaker events and try and broaden out. You can sometimes see it as a bit of an investment. How much training can I fit in?
Well, one javelin thrower who started out as a heptathlete, a certain Barbara Spatakova, who qualified for the final earlier on today, finished 4th at the World Under-20 Heptathlon back, I think it was in 2000, maybe 2002, and then decided to convert, and she was at the University of Minnesota at that time. She just didn't like the jumping. She wasn't very good at the high jump, so said, right, javelin for me.
Bianca
Good
Salming.
choice.
Yeah, is very good at the high jump. If you weren't with us earlier, Barbara Spatakova making the European final, aged 41. Martina Rataj, a year her junior, also through for Slovenia. It could be great to see them do battle. And just maybe they can emulate Jan Telesny, who won a medal aged 40 at the European Championships in Gothenburg in 2006. Salming, 47.66, no improvement. What about Ligarska of Poland then? 43.94, so better thrower than Sulek, but overall, her teammate more consistent across the 7 events. To be honest, Sulek has been a revelation this year. And the kind of sense of fun she brings to the competition is fantastic to see, and I'm sure she'll be strong in the 800 meters and try and lead it out, Sulek. So, chance of a medal for Poland, even if it won't go to Ligarska. Sophie Wiesenberg, well, she's made it to this point after the devastation of crashing out of the World Championships with no mark in the long jump. 45.86 for her. You can see that throwing position side on early on. Bit of space to attack there. The heptathletes often don't want to risk fouling, so don't go right to the line, don't build up as much speed. They try and get power with the throw, even if there isn't as much energy to transfer. It can be such an awkward event to get right, such an unnatural position sometimes. The athletes seem to be holding in. The fins often put it right above their head, as you sometimes see, but there are variations in techniques. Looks like Christian has got a javelin that matches her national colours as the Hungarian team watch on. So still no one has bettered her 50.38 so far. We'll wait and see Nafi Tiam's second go in a moment. Falling lower, though, than 50 meters. So just having a quick look to see how this affects the overall standings. Obviously, this event isn't quite complete, but Carlin looks like she will be 38 points ahead of Sulek, who threw 42.86 earlier, worth 722 points. So Carlin moving in front. And then Norwitz, 41.82, 20 points less than Sulek in the javelin, and she's going to be, what's that, 63 behind Sulek, the second of the 2 Belgians. This is Nafi Tiam, though. So 53 meters this year, that might be something to aim for. She needs to get something in and then maybe really go for it to maximize points in the second round. What will she do? Such a great competitor, and to be honest, one of the greatest athletes at these championships. improving on some of her weak events this year. So now looks to be a valid attempt. Nafi Thiam, 2 times Olympic, 2-time world champion, winner in Berlin 2018. And we saw early in the competition, 198 in the high jump. That's a new championship best performance, improving by 1 centimetre on what she did in Zurich in 2014. So Nafi Thiam, it's come up as 48.89.
Well, that may well be a modest effort by her own fantastic standards, but for my money, that's clinched the gold medal. Without a doubt, she's got a safe effort in, and barring accidents, she's on her way to taking the European title. Here's Annick Kalin. Kalin very much in medal contention. 46.45, a very solid performance from the Swiss athlete, who, as Alex was saying, had an outstanding World Championships, 6th place, several PBs, personal bests.
What's interesting, though, is Sulek is 10 seconds faster in the 800 metres on paper. I know that I just said Kalin has moved back in front, but that could change once more. Of course, that just makes the competition more exciting. You can see there flashing up the overall points tally. So it's a 5.604 for Kalin, 5.560 for Sulek, 5.497 for Witz as it stands. So really excitingly poised.
Right, the very last action on the track this morning will be 3 heats of the first round in the women's 200 metres. We've had the men's 200 metres, now it's the turn of the women to go through their paces. So we saw on the outside Jemima Joseph of France, quickly whizzing through Martina Hofmanova of Czech Republic, Artemis Melina Anastasio, then Nkansa of Belgium, who we saw have a very good 100 metres, made the semi-finals, second fastest 100 metre runner in Belgium, not quite as good over 200. Fontana of Italy, Wally of Austria. This is Jodie Williams, European silver at 200 metres back in 2014. Now really racing 400 metres. Went under 50 seconds last year. European indoor bronze in Torun in March of last year. So Williams is in lane 2, and then on the inside, Marika Popovic-Drapala. So this year, only Fontana of Italy has gone inside 23 seconds. Williams has been concentrating more on the 400 metres, and she got a bronze at the Commonwealth Games 2 weeks ago. 3 to go through as of right.
Set.
And they're away, and it looks as though Williams has made a good start as well. Also Fontana, and on the outside running well is Joseph. Now Fontana drifting back, it's Williams striding out. Williams has really torn apart this field over the second half of the race. Williams wins by a very large margin. 22.92, that's the season's best for Williams. First time under 23 seconds this year. Well, Williams had an excellent start, just kept it going around the bend, and then just went through the gears down the home straight.
Yeah, interesting to see that she's chosen to concentrate on the 200 metres, over which she's kind of made her name. Obviously a fantastic junior career as a sprinter. In the last couple of years moving to 400 and going sub 50 seconds terrifically in Tokyo, but accepted that she wouldn't recover in time to be part of the World Championships, but focusing on this event, as we've said a couple of times, could prove to be a good idea. And Cancer, someone who's improved quite a lot this year, impressively, and she has also progressed nicely, along with Joseph and Anastasiou.
Well, actually, I'm just looking at my notes here. I have the qualifying conditions as the same as the men, as just the first 3 to go through automatically. Maybe they've changed the qualifying conditions around at a late stage.
Yeah, showing up as first 4 in each heat, and then 4-time qualifiers with 3 heats in total.
That makes 16 going through from the first round. Okay, we'll double check that as we go along.
You can see slightly different running styles in the previous angle for Cancer and Williams, who just eked away, looked so relaxed in the closing stages.
Nice shot there of the finishers. Joseph and Cancer certainly through. Cancer very close to her best at 23.08. Did very well. Was close to her best in the 100 meters as we look at Bianca Salming.
Salming of Sweden, already with 50 meters and 15. If she can find 23 centimeters, she'd be the best heptathlete overall in this javelin competition so far. 47.66, and you can see she's moved up into the top 10 as things stand as a result of those 863 points. Of course, our leader overall, Nafi Thiam, 48.89 in the second round. Pleased to see she played it relatively safe. Otherwise, that would have been an extremely anxious moment. And we've already had Mondo Duplantis with a failure at 5.65 in the pole vault. Thankfully, he sailed through. Of course he did. Ligarska, one last chance to improve. 11th overall. That's what that marker shows, bottom left. But invalid attempt for her. So, of course, every position counts, really. 10th, 11th, down there. We have lost a couple of athletes. Holly Mills retired injured after the long jump. Leonie Cambour looked to have continued after no mark. Sophie Wiesenberg, well, still just about in medal contention. 46.73. That's 5th overall in the javelin. So even she doesn't get too much speed down that runway. Looks for an effective throw, and it's not going to be an improvement in the last round. So Zena Christian will be next to go, and she, at the moment, is in 6th overall. And just looking as it stands, she is 139 points. I make it, thank you GCSE Maths, off Sulek in 3rd. Sulek is a better 800-meter runner. Carlin, 10 seconds slower. He's in 2nd overall at the moment. Nafi Thiam, though, a few meters more could help her overall score. At one point, she was on target for her second best ever Hep. And then at day 1, she was on target for her 3rd best ever. 48.89 so far. Gets the valid attempt, that green indicator. Trying to psych herself up. Previously appearing to be one of those who really didn't enjoy the 800. Well, very few athletes enjoy the 800 after completing 6 previous events, but 2:13 in Eugene, really impressed. Along with that big 100 hurdles PB. So Tiam 44.81 with that last throw there. Christian, by the way, has passed her last effort, incidentally. Slight shame, but anyway, let's move on back to the women's 200 meters.
And I can resolve the issue over qualification. I believe that it's several of the seeded athletes have withdrawn from the semi-finals, so they've opened up the qualification to the first round. But as of last night, it was a slightly tighter qualifying process. Now the second heat.
Yeah, we just saw Jessica Bianca Vesely get the applause from the crowd, Julia Henriksson, and then Bozzolo of Portugal, another who impressed in the 100, the veteran. Anina Kortetmar of Finland, Jamile Samuel, a key part of the Dutch relay team, to the likes of Daphne Schippers in recent years. No Schippers at these championships. Had a tough year with injury. Lucia Carrillo from lane 3. Olivia Fotopoulou, big improvement for the Cypriots to 22.99 this year. Be great to see Cyprus with a sprinter progressing. Had some good performances in the throws so far, including a men's hammer medal at the Commonwealth Games, among other championships this year. And Beth Dobbin, well, a relay medal for her for Scotland at the Commonwealths. As we see the officials taking, shall we say, protective action from the sun. Haven't quite got to those levels yet. We're using cardboard instead. So, Dobbin, Fotopoulou, Carrillo, Samuel, Kortetmar, Bozzolo, Henriksson and Vesely. And just as all that anticipation to get the race underway, we're going to be recalled. The athletes have settled into their blocks, got ready like coiled springs to explode out of them. Let's see if we can spot anything. It's difficult to look along all 8 lanes staggered at the same time. Possibly Kortetmar moved a little early.
Well, they think it's Dobbin. I couldn't see what happened there. No, Dobbin is coming up on the screen as having twitched and got away quickest.
So will it be a yellow card as we saw a few moments ago?
They do look as though they're brandishing a yellow card, so Beth Dobbin perhaps gets away with it.
A false start, lane 1.
Well, this time it does appear to be a false start rather than a yellow card. I think that yellow card was firmly inside the book, but wasn't being brandished, and it is a false start this time.
Quickly flipped over.
So it makes it hard to read, really, that narrow amount of difference between that minus reaction time we saw now and the one we saw previously, and the one for Jacques Ali Harvey in the men's 100, and one that leads to a DQ rather than a yellow card.
And the one for Arthur Abelais, I think, is the more contentious one.
So very quickly the athletes get on with it then. And going nicely there is Bozzolo in the green of Portugal. Vesely trying to use the boost of home supporters here, but Lauren Bozzolo now being overtaken by Jamile Samuel. Should still go through. Fotopoulou going nicely, and Vesely. These 4 then. 23 seconds dead. So Jamile Samuel, 22.96, her season's best coming into this, and she had to run pretty close to it in order to win this heat. Bozzolo making it through just as she did in the 100, and then Vesely, a season's best, just 200ths between them, and confirming that time for Fotopoulou. Fantastic to see Cyprus, who had a really good season for them in athletics. The European under-18s, 4 medals there, their best championships, indoors or out at any age group level in European comp.
Well, Fotopoulou's sister was in the long jump at the Commonwealth Games and was in the long jump qualifying here. I have to say, without looking at my notes, I don't know whether she qualified for the final, but she's been close to the Cypriot record. As we look at Jamile Samuel, well, Samuel for so long has been one of the top Dutch-British sprinters, been part of a number of successful Dutch 4x100 metre squads that have taken medals at European level, and really was the class act in this heat. Not much between her and Bazzolo coming into the home straight, but then really pulls away, pours it on. Nicely done from Jamile Samuel. Not quite as quick as the preceding heat, but there wasn't much in it.
Jamile Samuel on home soil won the 4x1 relay in Amsterdam in 2016. She has 4 medals from these championships, 1 individually in Berlin, the bronze. Behind Daphne Shippers, who got the silver, and Dina Asher-Smith, the gold. I don't think we've heard, Phil, actually, whether Dina Asher-Smith would take part in the 200. I don't think she would. Pulling up, she did say afterwards it was cramp, but a few issues this season, so I think very unlikely to see her in the 200.
Doesn't really make much sense after the disaster in the relay.
Right, Carlin.
Commonwealth.
So this would be important if she can eke out more, because of the 800 metres to come, in which Sulek is faster. That battle over silver and bronze. So Annick Carlin, well, this will be very close to her 46.72. Heading towards a conclusion of Group B in the Javelin as part of the Heptathlon, the penultimate event, of course. So no improvement for Carlin, and you can see there just how close it is. Caroline Schäfer of Germany. 50.18 so far, in 7th overall. Bit too far back to challenge for a medal in the 800 metres. But let's wait and see what she can do here. Again, quite a bit of space. And that looks very close to the 50.18 from before. Valid attempt. And it's come up as 50 metres and 3 centimetres. So Anouk Vetter, the surprise DNS with an Achilles injury, frustrating for her and certainly a bit of a shame, but we'll have some youngsters fighting for the podium down to the last event with whatever energy they can summon for 2 laps on the track. High time then, we confirm the results from the Javelin. Xenia Klishan, 50.38, best of the year thus far. From Schäfer and Salming, who aren't competing with her really, lower down in the standings. So big gain for the Hungarian. And then overall, this is how it looks. Tiam 5.776 with 1 event to go. And then Carlin and Sulek battling for that medal with Norwitz. Sulek should be really strong in that last event. She may well lead it out. Holly Mills, one of the faster 800 runners out of the competition, so could be a little bit like Niklas Kaul out front. However, different story with Sulek trying to get that silver rather than gold.
Women's 200 meters.
Now the very last action in the stadium on this, a very long morning session on the 4th day of the 2022 European Athletics Championships here in Munich. And it's the 3rd heat of the first round of the women's 200 meters. Now we're just flicking past the runners from the outside. It's been Lena Poirier of Switzerland, Lisa Lilja of Sweden, Imke Verwert of Belgium, Shana Gribo of France, good Italian, Irene Siragusa, Nicoletta Horowska catching up now with our director, Alexandra Burkhardt, and then on the inside, Elisabeth Sletum. Well, we have three women, Horowska, Siragusa and Gribo, who've got career bests of under 23 seconds. Both Horowska in lane 3 and Gribo in lane 5 have run 22.98 this season already. Running something similar would see them comfortably through to tonight's semi-finals when they'll meet the seeded runners. And there has been a change in the qualification procedure from what you might have seen perhaps earlier on today. So it's 4 to go through and 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. We understand, although we can't confirm the names, 1 or 2 of the seeded runners have withdrawn. Could well include Dina Asher-Smith. So as they settle down from the inside, Sletum Norway, Burghardt Germany, Horowska Poland, Siragusa Italy, Gribo France, Verwert Belgium, Lilia Sweden, and on the outside Poignet of Switzerland. And it is Gribo who's running well at this moment. Gribo, the Frenchwoman, in lane 5 having a good run. Also on the inside, it's Burkhardt, the very good, long-striding German. Gribo, the Frenchwoman, trying to close her down. In fact, she does get her as Burkhardt tires badly over the final 30 metres. And it is Gribo who comes through with a great surge over the final quarter of the race. I think Siragusa got there as well. Well, Gribo, no, Verwert got up there at this distance, and it can be a little bit difficult to spot the vests. But Gribo, 23 seconds exactly, just 200ths outside her personal best. And Verwert of Belgium equals her best at 23.05. Burghardt, despite tiring up, comes through with 23.16. Lilia, 23.20, very close to her best as well, which is 23.14. And then the 2 women who should have done better, Horowska and Siragusa. Well, we now know they do get through as fastest non-automatic qualifiers in 5th and 6th place, as does Poignet, the Swiss woman, who finishes 7th. So 3 of the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers coming through from that heat.
So the women who've qualified getting ready later on for those semi-finals. A nice break until just after 8:30 local time this evening, which they'll be glad to have some cooler conditions as well, as we watch Shana Gribo come through very close in the end. Imke Verwert, that new lifetime best, equaling performance 23.05 given as officially. And Alexandra Burkhardt, the sort of athlete who might play a bigger part in the relay team now. I think Lucan Kemba, the 100 champion, looked to have a really bad cut to her knee after winning that title a couple of nights ago.
Big smiles from Shana Gribo, the French sprinter. Good morning's work from her, just 200ths outside her best. Siragusa, well, breathe a sigh of relief. She should have done better than that in this heat. A good start, and then really didn't manage to accelerate down the home straight. There's Sletum, the only woman not to make it through. And those are the consolidated results, with Great Britain's Jodie Williams, the only woman to go inside 23 seconds, 22.92. But Gribo and Samuel, the 2 other heat winners, 23 seconds exactly. There's the full list of qualifiers through to tonight's semi-finals. Joining Horowska, Siragusa and Poignet from that last race that you saw, Suzanne Wally also gets through as the fastest non-automatic qualifier. Fontana, Well, she was perhaps someone we expected to do better. She was a bit disappointing. She won't make it through. So as we bring a session to a close, I can tell you that tonight's session is a very short one. No medals this morning, so it's the same as it was overnight. Germany leading the way with 4 golds out of the 21 that have been contested, but 14 nations have already had their flags flown high and their national anthems played across the Olympia Park. The medal ceremonies taking place just outside the stadium itself in the main centre of the park. And there, 23 countries have won medals in the athletics so far. So that's almost half of the European Athletics member federations. But of course, this is part of the multi-sport European Championships. 9 sports. Germany lead the way, but bagging a few more medals in terms of silver and bronze is France. Lots of countries getting really good representation here. Most of the sports are the sports such as the gymnastics and the sport climbing taking place in the Olympia Park, a few a bit further away. The rowing taking place at the Olympic Regatta Arena just to the north of the city. Finland's 1 gold medal coming thanks to Vilma Murto last night in the pole vault. "30 countries having got medals across all 9 sports. And tonight, it's a very short session. It's about 2 hours with 6 finals to be contested, including the conclusion of the women's heptathlon. So from myself, Alex Seftel, I'm Phil Minchell, and I think it's time for both Alex and myself just to get a bit of a break, perhaps a quick nap, something to eat, and prepare for this evening's session. So join us again in just over 6 hours' time.